as a result of the activities of the task forces and newly formed departments of the Smershrock of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet in the Baltic territory liberated from the invaders in 1944. 137 German agents were identified and arrested. 280 traitors to the motherland, accomplices and traitors were detained. A complex of operational search and undercover measures made it possible in 1944 to close the channels of illegal departure abroad, especially to Sweden, of persons who had, to one degree or another, compromised themselves before the Soviet regime. So, on the night of October 31, when leaving the Karalahti Bay 343, Karalahti is a bay in the waters of the southern coast of the Gulf of Finland in the area of the Estonian city of Loksa. Counterintelligence officers completing the operational combination Operation Crossing with the support of Sea Hunters 344. Sea Hunter Mo is the name of a series of Soviet small hunters. The fleet began to receive them in the 1930s. They were widely used during the Great Patriotic War to combat enemy submarines and perform patrol duty. Displacement 56 tons, length 26.9 m, speed up to 30 knots. Guards of the water district of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet intercepted a diesel-type motorboat at sea, which was carrying about 40 illegal immigrants. A coastal counterintelligence group with an attached platoon of marines, while combing the area, detained on the shore the organizers of the crossing and the remaining fugitives who did not have time to board the boat. The information obtained during the investigation helped the task forces during November 1944 to detain several more people who intended to go abroad by sea. On December 14, 1944, persons preparing for an illegal crossing to Finland 30 kilometers east of Tallinn were identified and detained. During the investigation, which was carried out by the Smershrock of the KBF, among the detainees were identified persons who served in the German and Finnish armies, in the Estonian political police, Armacades detachments, as well as those who evaded conscription into the Red Army. The case of the defectors in March 1945 was examined by the military tribunal of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet and determined the punishment for each depending on the degree of guilt. 345 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6D. 259. L. 313. In 1944-1945 employees of the Smersh Counterintelligence Department of the Baltic Fleet conducted counterintelligence work abroad in Finland, Germany and Poland. After the conclusion of an armistice between the USSR and Finland in September 1944 and the creation of Soviet naval bases on the territory of Finland, some of the ships and formations of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet were relocated there in accordance with the armistice agreement in October-November. Naval counterintelligence officers studied the personnel of the units stationed in Finland, worked to prevent the escape of Soviet sailors, and suppressed attempts by foreign intelligence services to recruit Soviet military personnel. For these purposes, Soviet counterintelligence officers sought to control the contacts of Soviet military personnel with the local population, established the foundations of these connections, and tried to prevent the negative influence of foreigners on Soviet sailors. In a report from the Smershrock of the KBF dated July 31, 1945, it was noted that most of the connections between Soviet military personnel and the Finns were accidental, mainly due to the sale of Finnish currency issued to Soviet military personnel. Together, counterintelligence officers established that some of the connections between Soviet military personnel and the Finns were suspicious in nature and required detailed study. Of particular interest to counterintelligence were the connections established by the Finns themselves with Soviet military personnel. 346 Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6D. 234. L. 54-55, taking into account the fact that Soviet ships began to be repaired at Finnish shipyards, the efforts of counterintelligence officers also focused on preventing acts of sabotage and sabotage. The repairs of Red Banner Baltic Fleet submarines were monitored especially carefully. In 1945, with the entry of Soviet troops into Germany, the Smershrock of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet took all measures to combat enemy agents in the occupied territory. Following the advancing units, special operational groups of the Smersh Red Banner Baltic Fleet were sent to naval bases and coastal cities intended for basing the fleet to carry out operations to clear the liberated territories of enemy agents. For example, in Königsberg and Pillau, counterintelligence officers detained 394 people, of whom 216 were arrested and handed over for inspection to the operational groups of the NKVD of the USSR. During operations, operational groups actively used about 50 identification agents from among the German civilian population. The Counterintelligence Department Smersh of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet identified facts of immoral behavior, robberies and violence against the population of foreign states on whose territory naval bases were created and detachments of surface ships of the fleet were stationed. For example, the fleet's counterintelligence officers revealed a number of facts of unworthy behavior of individual servicemen of the Swinemünde Naval Base and the Red Banner Baltic Fleet detachment of surface ships stationed there, as well as the personnel of the boats of the 2nd DCTSH based in Sassnitz or General Island. Counterintelligence officers of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet noted cases of drunkenness and violation of public order on this basis, unlawful shooting from personal weapons, unauthorized abandonment of a unit, the exchange of food for things, the establishment of casual relationships with women of German and Polish nationality, cohabitation. This was the reason for the increase in sexually transmitted diseases among Soviet sailors. Fleet counterintelligence officers noted that the unworthy behavior of some Soviet military personnel abroad created a misconception about Russians among the German population and the sailors of the German teams who participated in the transfer of captured ships to the Soviet side. 347 Central Asia FSB of Russia, F4, Op. 4, D. 1274, pp. 4767. Naval counterintelligence officers organized work on Polish territory in the ports of Danzig, Gdansk, and Gdynia, where a trawling brigade, a division of torpedo boats and sea hunters of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet were relocated, along with the work to identify German intelligence agents left to settle on the territory of Poland. Counterintelligence officers of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet identified and informed the command about the unworthy behavior of Soviet sailors abroad. For example, counterintelligence officers of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet conducted investigations into the facts of brawls among naval personnel in Danzig and the robberies of the Polonia and Warsaw Junker restaurants. 348 IBED, pp. 149-154. The fight against mine danger at the end of the Great Patriotic War was the most important task solved by the Red Banner Baltic Fleet and under the control of naval counterintelligence officers. The fact is that during the years of the Great Patriotic War, more than 74,000 mines were deployed in the Baltic Sea, the Gulf of Finland and the Gulf of Riga by the German, Finnish and Soviet navies. 66.5 thousand mines were installed in the Gulf of Finland, more than 3 in the Gulf of Riga, 7,000 mines in the Baltic Sea, more than 4,000 mines, which created a difficult mine situation. In the areas of Pillau, 46 mines were laid. In Danzig, 54 mines. In Gdynia, 64 mines. In the Swinemünde area, 436 magnetic, acoustic and combined mines. Counterintelligence officers of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet expressed serious concern about the serious mine situation, which precluded the free navigation of ships for a long time. The Counterintelligence Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet informed Moscow that the Red Banner Baltic Fleet was not properly combating the mine threat. In 1944, early 1945, mine-sweeping units of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet cleared more than 12,000 mines. Counterintelligence officers noted the low efficiency of trawling, the failure to fulfill plans for trawling work, the unsatisfactory preparation of trawling equipment in some fleet formations, the delay in ship repairs, and the lack of adequate provision of trawling crews with fuel, coal, diesel fuel, gasoline. The counterintelligence officers of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet also informed the Military Council of the fleet about the shortcomings in the organization of trawling work. 349 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F4, Op. 4, D. 1274, p. 375, counterintelligence of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet while monitoring the work of trawling the waters of the Gulf of Finland unexpectedly revealed shortcomings dating back to the beginning of the Great Patriotic War. Thus, at the end of June 1941, when laying minefields in the Gulf of Finland, the Marty Minlayer laid 1,918 mines of the 1908-1939 model. While trawling a minefield in the area of Osmusari-Ristna Island in the Gulf of Finland, about 40 mines of the 1908-1939 model, delivered with unscrewed cast iron caps, were etched. A mine with an unscrewed cast iron cap will not explode if it comes into contact with a ship. The head of the counterintelligence department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, Armoleyev, suggested that the heads of the naval defensive areas and trawling brigades identify those responsible for laying mines with unscrewed cast iron caps. 350 IBED, p. 489. One of the tasks of the KBF counterintelligence officers was filtration work in the camps and collection points of prisoners of war, military personnel of the Red Army and Navy, as well as among Soviet citizens taken by the enemy from the occupied regions of the USSR. The operational group of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet's march in full force went to the Hel Peninsula near Gdynia, where the group of German troops that capitulated only on May 9, 1945 was located. In this area, operatives detained and arrested some military personnel of the Russian Liberation Army. 351 Russian Liberation Army, ROA, is the collective name for units formed from Soviet prisoners of war who fought on the side of Nazi Germany. The formation of the ROA began in 1943. The number in 1945 was 130,000 people. In November 1944, on the basis of the ROA, the armed forces of the Committee for the Liberation of the Peoples of Russia, COCOR, were formed, included infantry, air force units, cavalry and auxiliary units. On May 12, 1945, an order was signed to dissolve the armed forces of the CONOR, ROA, who held command positions in the ROA. During the work of counterintelligence officers in Polish coastal cities from April 3 to June 10, 1945, 86 people were detained, of whom 17 were arrested, 18 were transferred to the Polish state security authorities, and 50 were sent to filtration camps and NKVD points. 352 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 103. The operational groups of the SMERSH Red Banner Baltic Fleet achieved positive results in investigative work during the period of work in Königsberg, Pillau, Gdynia and Gdansk, while at the same time naval counterintelligence practically did not take any serious measures to organize operational activities on the Danish island of Bornholm. 353 Bornholm Island in the southwestern part of the Baltic Sea belongs to Denmark. The main city and port of Rønne, Area 588 sq km. During the Second World War it was occupied by Germany, liberated by Soviet troops on 0509-1945, where on May 9, 1945 the German garrison capitulated. Only one employee was sent to the island, who was tasked with organizing filtration work and searching for enemy agents. The naval counterintelligence officer acted slowly. For 2 days he was looking for the head of the garrison. All this time the search activities were carried out by SMERSH employees of the army units. Filtration work among former Soviet prisoners of war who were in the area of this naval base was practically not carried out. It is necessary to especially note the effectiveness of the operational groups of the SMERSH Red Banner Baltic Fleet sent to the Courland Peninsula and to the Lipowa region, where on May 9, 1945 a large group of Nazi troops capitulated. Since this enemy army group was surrounded for a long time, it included numerous reconnaissance units that did not have time to evacuate and carried out active work in the front-line areas until the last day. In addition, traitors and traitors fleeing from the advancing Soviet troops, Vlasevites, punitive forces, agents and saboteurs, and active participants in nationalist paramilitary forces found themselves in the Courland cauldron. At the first stage, the Red Banner Baltic Fleet task forces focused their attention on searching for agents of the German intelligence agency Fallist 1. Back in March 1945, 2 months before the surrender of the Courland Group, naval counterintelligence officers detained several groups of this intelligence agency on the Baltic coast. As a rule, their participants received the task of collecting information about units of the Red Army and Navy, military industrial facilities and transport hubs. In addition, their tasks included organizing acts of sabotage on strategic communications in the immediate rear of the Soviet troops. The materials obtained during the investigation, signs and characteristics of agents and leaders of Fallist 1, addresses, appearances and passwords allowed counterintelligence officers to actively conduct investigative work. As a result of accelerated operational measures and with the help of identifying agents from among the converted German intelligence officers, naval counterintelligence officers identified and arrested 27 agents and residents of this intelligence agency. During the investigation, information was obtained on 86 official employees and agents of Fallist 1 who were used in search work after the arrests. In June 1945, the degree of guilt of each agent was determined by the military tribunal of the Lipowa naval base. Over a 2-month period of work, the operational group of the SMERSH of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet in Courland detained 113 people, of whom 92 were arrested and convicted. 354, Khristoforov vs. Cheripkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 104. Throughout the war, one of the important areas of activity of the Reconnaissance Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet and the Reconnaissance Departments of the Marine Corps units, individual units of the Marine Corps, as well as counterintelligence officers of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, was frontline work. Already in the autumn of 1941, naval intelligence and counterintelligence began to infiltrate their agents using 2 main methods: leaving confidential sources to settle at the naval bases of Latvia and Estonia during the retreat of Soviet troops, sending agents to the temporarily occupied territories of the Baltic countries mainly on reconnaissance and sabotage missions. The crossing of Soviet intelligence officers behind enemy lines was most often carried out by water, followed by the landing of the intelligence officers on the shore. It was taken into account that the German units in the coastal area organized a very strong defense. During 1941, the Special Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet organized the transfer of 94 frontline agents to various points in Estonia and the Leningrad region, of which 7 people did not return for unknown reasons. It should be noted that at first, the Red Banner Baltic Fleet reconnaissance officers, as a rule, did not have serious special training, and therefore they were given rather primitive tasks: visual reconnaissance and sabotage. They were transferred across the front line, usually in groups of 2 to 6 people, on the so-called green path. For 5 or 6 people, 1 or 2 pistols and 3 or 4 hand grenades were issued, but most weapons were obtained in battles. The scouts set out on the mission with only a few crackers in their pockets. In the fall of 1941, 2 reconnaissance officers were sent to Piarnu and were given the task of establishing the location of enemy military installations. The transfer was successful. The obtained intelligence materials were sold through the command of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, and the established military targets were successfully attacked by naval aviation of the fleet. The results of the bombing were verified through the capabilities of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet Intelligence Department. On December 15, 1941, a group of 4 reconnaissance officers was deployed in the Kopri Bay area, and during 3 days of being in the rear, they collected information about the enemy's construction of a fortified area and the location of military units of artillery batteries. 355 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 4D. 511. L. 45. To train behind the front agents at the Special Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, a special intelligence school was created in September 1942, the training in which was carried out by the department's operational staff and employees of the NKVD Directorate of the Leningrad region. The school, designed to train 15-20 people, had a special preparatory department for radio operators. The cadets were trained according to a program that included studying camouflage methods, hand-to-hand combat techniques, fire training, topography, and methods of conspiracy. The school personnel were dressed in naval uniforms. The frontline operations carried out by counterintelligence officers in the first months of the war did not have significant operational significance. Therefore, in February 1942, all sources operating behind enemy lines from the Special Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet were transferred for communication to the NKVD of the Leningrad region or the Intelligence Department of the Leningrad Front. The frontline work of naval counterintelligence officers during this period was carried out in parallel with the work of the intelligence agencies of the Army and Navy. The sale of extracted materials was mainly limited to ensuring the safety of combat operations. Since February 1943, frontline work was carried out in the following main areas: identifying channels of penetration of German agents into the fleet, their recruitment and use for penetration into enemy intelligence, restoration of ties with secret assistants and messengers previously left to settle in the German rear, as well as the organization of counterintelligence work at the former bases of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet and in the locations of German intelligence centers. For thorough preparation and detailed training of intelligence officers preparing for frontline work, the Smershrock of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet was transformed and renamed a Special Intelligence School in 1943. At the same time, German agents from among the former prisoners of war of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet abandoned to our rear were also involved in behind-the-front operations. To facilitate the transition across the front line to the rear of the German troops of Soviet intelligence officers and to intercept enemy agents, in February 1943, the Naval Counterintelligence of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet organized a special detachment consisting of 12 militant agents. Before being sent to the rear, the detachment's personnel underwent training at 2 permanent bases on the island of Seskar and in the Oranienbaum region, including training on skiing on virgin soil. The detachment operated in groups of 2 or 3 people in the closest enemy rear areas. Luga Bay 356. Luga Bay is part of the Gulf of Finland of the Baltic Sea. It is separated from the west from Narva Bay by the Kurgal Peninsula, and from the east from Koporskaya Bay by the Sakhalin Peninsula. It extends into the land for 20 km. The river flows into the Lip, Luga, on the coast of Koporsky Bay and on the Kurgal Peninsula. During its existence, the Special Forces personnel managed to withdraw 6 fleet reconnaissance officers from behind enemy lines and deliver 6 fleet reconnaissance officers to the island of Southeast Skar and collect valuable intelligence information about the fortifications and systems for protecting German positions on the Kurgal Peninsula. In March 1943, skiers detained two German intelligence agents on the shores of the Gulf of Finland. In 1943, the counterintelligence of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet carried out a number of frontline operations. In particular, she carried out the release of a group of 4 people into the Walosowski district of the Leningrad region, successfully solving the task of recruiting a German agent from the Walosowski reconnaissance point, Operation Zaliv. The success of the operation could not be developed due to the evacuation of Aburgruppe 312 to Germany 357, archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14. Op. 6d. 233. L. 1617. In March 1943, an intelligence group of 7 people was sent out to carry out the frontline Operation Prima in the Gdański district of the Leningrad region. In cooperation with the partisan detachment organized in this area, the counterintelligence officers had to find ways to approach the enemy intelligence school stationed in the village of Slantsy 358. Slantsy is a working village in the Gdański district of the Leningrad region, formed on December 20, 1934. Founded in connection with the development of the Gda oil shale deposit discovered in 1926. From 03/11/1941 it became the center of the Slantsevsky district. In 1949 it was administratively merged with another workers' settlement, Lubki, and received the status of a city. Due to the betrayal of one of the members of the reconnaissance group, as well as the relocation of the reconnaissance school, the command decided to change the task of the group and temporarily leave it with the partisan detachment for joint combat operations. During April 1943, counterintelligence officers destroyed up to 30 German punitive forces and their accomplices. In October 1943, the group, without suffering any losses, returned to Leningrad 359, archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 6d. 233, L. 1013. In carrying out the frontline work at this time, not everything went smoothly. Naval counterintelligence failed to penetrate naval bases in the Baltic states or successfully infiltrate German naval intelligence schools in temporarily occupied territory. Thus, in October 1943, Operation Surf failed, which included a drop into the Paldiski area 360. Paldiski, Rogervik, Baltic port, is a city in Estonia, a port on the shore of the Gulf of Finland in Pakri Bay, 52 km from Tallinn. Founded by Peter I in 1718. Former naval base of the Russian and Soviet Baltic Fleet, Estonia, 2 agents with the task of infiltrating the intelligence school at Lights Manor. After the release, contact with the group was not established, and further search for it did not yield any results. 361 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 6d. 233, L. 1718. In 1943, a group of 5 agents, prepared to carry out Operation Anti to create an agent network in Norway, disappeared without a trace. In total, during 1943, 31 agents were sent behind enemy lines, of which 24 returned after completing the mission. 1 died and 6 were missing. 362 IBED D. 89 L. 8. In 1944, the Smershrock of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet carried out complex frontline operations designed to introduce agents into enemy intelligence centers in order to open channels for the penetration of German intelligence agents into the bases of the Soviet fleet. Due to naval specifics, these operations received characteristic code names: Storm, Cyclone, Bay, Base, Reef, Mayak. The material base for frontline operations had expanded significantly by that time. Naval counterintelligence has already studied the operational situation in the places of operations quite well. By this time, the training of intelligence officers at the reconnaissance school of the Smersh Red Banner Baltic Fleet was also gaining momentum. At that time, residents, special militant agents, radio operators and messengers were trained there. The entire school staff was in safe houses. Training programs were drawn up in relation to each area of operational activities. For all categories of persons intended to carry out frontline work, it was planned to study topography, shooting, the basics of intelligence activities, the rules of secrecy, and also carried out serious physical training. Of the 26 frontline agents abandoned in 1944, 13 returned, 6 died. The fate of the rest, unfortunately, was never established. The frontline Operation Reef developed most successfully in 1944. On August 9, a group consisting of scout reservoir and qualified radio operators Sveshnikov was sent to the Lipa area. The purpose of the transfer was to establish contact with 3 agents left to settle in 1941 in Lipa. Reservoir managed to restore contact with one of them and also recruit 3 new agents, with the help of which, after completing the task, he crossed the front line. After the liberation of Lipa, Rezvi and other persons recruited by him in the interests of counterintelligence as part of the operational group of the Smersh Red Banner Baltic Fleet were used as identifiers. 363 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 233. L. 2931. Operation Base was disrupted in February 1944 when a task force of 8 people was landed on the territory of the Estonian SSR for the subsequent deployment of counterintelligence work in the occupied territory. After the plane took off, no radio messages were received and the plane did not return from the mission. The fate of the crew and the entire group became known only after the liberation of this area by units of the Red Army. The operational group of the Smersh Red Banner Baltic Fleet established that the plane was shot down by a German night fighter and its crew died in the fall. The group on board parachuted out of the burning plane, which was confirmed by local residents. Of the parachutists who jumped out, 2 died from unopened parachutes, 2 were captured by the Germans, 2 fled in an unknown direction. Their fate could not be determined, and 2 counterintelligence officers, while trying to detain them, were killed as a result of the betrayal of local residents. 364 Ibid. L. 2123. During the Behind the Front Operation Base 2 in Estonia in May 1944, the option of conducting a radio game with the enemy was provided in case the agents were arrested. One of the counterintelligence officers was supposed to announce the work under control with a pre-arranged signal. From May 14 to June 4, it was not possible to establish contact with the agents, and only on June 5 a radiogram was received about the death of one of them. With a pre-arranged signal, the radio operator announced that he was working under control. The radio game continued until August 28, 1944, after which communications ceased. In September 1944, after the liberation of Tallinn, the 2nd Department of the Estonian NKGB captured German document No. 366 monthly report for the month of August. Radio broadcasts from which it became clear that the enemy understood about the conditional signal of the radio operator working under the control and decided to stop the radio game. 365 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 233. L. 2426. In 1945, the frontline work of naval counterintelligence targeted mainly German naval bases as well as Lipa and Ventspils. To achieve these goals, a special task force was stationed in Riga for 5 months, organizing 6 frontline operations: Luch, Anchor, Storm, No. 12, Steering Wheel and Fritz. As a result, the task force carried out 4 operations. 1 was terminated and the other was suspended due to the death of the agent. The most successful operation was carried out under the name Steering Wheel. During the war, the behind-the-front intelligence officer master who was thrown into the German rear legalized himself in Lipa, attracted 5 agents to cooperate, from whom he received valuable information for the command, including information that facilitated the search for employees of the German Intelligence Center. 366 Ibid. L. 41-42. After the end of the war, the SMERSH-RD Bureau of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet conducted a thorough analysis of the work behind the front for the entire period of hostilities. The counterintelligence officers approached this work with self-criticism, identifying in their reporting documents the main shortcomings in this area of operational work. November 22, 1945 to the head of the SMERSH Missile Defense Missile System of the NKVMFPA. A memorandum from the SMERSH Counterintelligence Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet was sent to Gladkov. 1. Behind the front operations were developed and prepared too slowly, and by the time they were carried out, many of them had lost their meaning, while others, as a result of changes in the situation during the preparation period, did not produce any effect. 2. Frontline work was not consistent. Operations were carried out using the most valuable materials which came into the department sporadically, then were checked for a long period, often losing their value during the check. Due to the change in the situation, the department did not have systematic material for quickly cross-checking the testimony of arrested spies, did not work effectively enough to obtain samples of documents for agents operating behind enemy lines, study the situation, connections, etc. 3. The department did not have its own material base for carrying out frontline operations. There were no supplies of clothing for agents, documents for agents were prepared by other bodies, etc. 4. We showed not only slowness in the development and implementation of the operation, but excessive, sometimes even harmful caution, fear of failure, uncertainty in the plan of the operation and in the agents, fear of material costs. In total, from the beginning of 1944 until the end of the Great Patriotic War, 13 frontline operations were developed, of which 12 were carried out. To support them, 35 frontline agents were trained, of which 31 were deployed behind enemy lines. They returned after completing task 16, 7 died, 8 were missing. 367, Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 111. On August 24, 1944, while ensuring the transition of another group of agents behind the front, Lieutenant Colonel M.G., an employee of the SMERSH ROC of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, was killed by a shell explosion on the front line. Bychkov and Captain N.P. Borovkov. In total, 44 naval counterintelligence officers were killed in the performance of their official duties during the war, and 85 employees went missing. The Soviet government highly appreciated the services of the Baltic counterintelligence officers to the motherland during the war years. 631 employees were awarded state awards. Chapter 8. Counterintelligence of the Northern Fleet. With the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, the ports of the Black and Baltic Seas could not be used for maritime communications with other countries, so the importance of the Northern Maritime Theater and its ports Murmansk and Arkhangelsk increased sharply. It was here that, during the war, the most important sea communications connecting the USSR with its allies Great Britain and the USA passed through. The strategic importance of these communications determined the desire of the German command to capture them in order to implement a blockade of the Soviet Union from the north. In addition, the Germans understood very well that the Northern Sea route was the shortest through route for transporting warships and merchant ships to the Pacific Ocean. That is why, from the very beginning of the war, German troops carried out active offensive operations throughout the Northern Naval Theater. Young Northern Fleet SF 368. Northern Fleet SF is an operational strategic formation of the Russian Navy, created in 1933. Participated in the Soviet-Finnish War. During the Great Patriotic War, the Northern Fleet defended the sea coast, disrupted enemy sea communications, participated in the defense of Murmansk, Polyarny, the Shredny and Rybaki peninsulas, and in the Petsamoe-Kirkenes operation. For military merits, 85 North Sea residents were awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. In 1965, the fleet was awarded the Order of the Red Banner. Formed in 1933, by the beginning of the war it had 8 destroyers, 7 patrol ships, 2 minesweepers, 14 submarine hunters. The main striking force of the fleet was 15 submarines. The Naval Air Force consisted of 116 aircraft, but almost half of them were obsolete seaplanes. By the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, the Northern Fleet included the White Sea Naval Base, later the White Sea Military Flotilla, Submarine Brigade, Separate Training Division of Submarines, 1st Separate Destroyer Division, Security of the Water Area of the main base, Air Force and Air Defense, Murmansk Fortified Area, Central institutions and establishments of the fleet and its rear. On June 22, 1941, there were 28,381 personnel on ships and formations that were part of the Northern Fleet. Floating units 8,900 people, Air Force units 2,428 people, Coastal Artillery 7,245 people, Air Defense units 2,088 people, Construction battalions 7,720 people. The mobilization that followed the German attack on the USSR caused a sharp increase in the number of naval personnel. By October 1, 1941, the number of personnel of the Northern Fleet was 41,140 people. On January 1, 1942, 55,870 people. On January 1, 1943, 77,087 people. On January 1, 1944, 75,797 people. By 15 March 1945, 85,516 people. 369. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F4 Op 4 D 1293 L 124 126. In total, during the war years, 119,194 people entered the Northern Fleet, including from the reserve 28,891 people, young recruits 4,607 people, from other fleets 32,933 people, from units of the Red Army 7,102 people, from penal battalions, convicted military tribunals using art 28 of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR, other replenishment, hospitals with personnel, girls, cabin boys. During the same period, 68,494 people left the Northern Fleet, including irretrievable losses of 9,118 people. 32,034 people were transferred to the Red Army, 793 people were wounded and sick, 17,644 people left for other fleets, 3,957 people were transferred to the reserve, 2,290 people were transferred to industry, 2,658 people left for various reasons, convicts, pregnant women, sexually transmitted diseases, 370, IBED, L. 126-127. The enemy in 1941 did not have large naval forces in the north. He also did not have large ships, since the Wehrmacht command planned to capture Murmansk and Polyarny. 371. Polyarny is a city in the Murmansk region, located on the shore of the Catherine harbor of the Kola Bay of the Barents Sea, 30 km from Murmansk. Until 1931, Alexandrovsk. Until 1939, Polyarny. City status was awarded in 1899. During the Great Patriotic War, the main base of the Northern Fleet was located in Polyarny, city of military glory as a ground lightning operation. At the same time, Germany could quickly increase its naval forces by transferring large ships and submarines from the Baltic and North Seas to bases in northern Norway, which they did by transferring the battleships Tirpitz in 1942-372. Tirpitz, the second Bismarck-class battleship of the German Navy, launched in Wilhelmshaven on 04/01/1939, commissioned on 02/25/1941, participated in World War E. Sunk by British aircraft on 11/12/1944. Displacement 53,500 tons. Length 253.6 m. Speed 30.8 knots. And Scharnhorst 373. Scharnhorst is a battleship, battle cruiser of the German Navy. Construction began on May 16, 1935 in Wilhelmshaven, launched on June 30, 1936 and entered service on January 7, 1939. Participated in World War E. Killed in a naval battle with the British fleet off the North Cape on 12/26/1943. Displacement 38,900 tons. Length 235 m. Speed 31 knots. Pocket battleship Admiral Scheer 374. Admiral Scheer is a heavy cruiser of the German Navy of the Deutschland class. Construction began on June 25, 1931, launched on April 1, 1933 and entered service on November 12, 1934. He took part in the Spanish Civil War and World War E. In 1942, while operating in the Arctic, he sank the Soviet icebreaker Alexander Sibaryakov, sunk on April 10, 1945 by British aircraft at Kiel. Displacement 15,180 tons. Length 186 m. Speed 28 knots. Heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper 375. Admiral Hipper is a heavy cruiser of the German Navy, the lead ship of the same type. Construction began on 07/06/1935 in Kiel, launched on 02/06/1937, commissioned on 04/29/1939. Participated in World War E, including the invasion of Norway and attacks on Allied Atlantic convoys. Sunk in a dock in Kiel during a British air raid in 1945. Displacement 18,210 tons. Length 205.9 m. Speed 32 knots. And a number of other ships. In the history of the Great Patriotic War in the North, the following main stages, directions and largest combat operations carried out by the Northern Fleet or with its participation can be distinguished. Defensive battles in the summer of 1941. Landing operations in May 1942. 3-year defense of the Shredny Peninsulas 376. The Shredny Peninsula is a peninsula in the north of the Kola Peninsula, administratively part of the Pechenga district of the Murmansk region, washed by the Barents Sea. It is an isthmus between the Kola and Rybaki peninsulas. Most of the peninsula was returned to the USSR after the Soviet-Finnish War, and Rybaki 377, Rybaki Peninsula, Finnish. Kalastajasanto is a peninsula in the north of the Kola Peninsula, administratively part of the Pechenga district of the Murmansk region. It is washed by the Barents Sea and Motovsky Bay. Part of the peninsula was returned to the USSR after the Soviet-Finnish War. There are 3 settlements on the peninsula: Zubovka, Tsipnovolok and Udaguba. Guarding Allied caravans, an operation to transfer replenishment of warships from abroad, the struggle of Soviet aviation, submarines and surface ships on enemy communications, battles in October 1944 for the liberation of the Petsamo region 378. Petsamo region, Pechengland region, is a historical and geographical region that belonged to Finland from 1920 to 1944. The administrative center of the province was Petsamo. The area of the region is 10,470 square meters km, and northern Norway. But there was another area of combat activity, the invisible struggle of Soviet naval counterintelligence officers with the intelligence services of Germany and Finland. The main areas of work of the maritime counterintelligence officers of the Northern Fleet were combating espionage, identifying foreign intelligence agents in units and formations of the fleet and its surroundings, counterintelligence support for combat operations, sea and land, with the participation of naval forces, fight against anti-Soviet agitation and propaganda, preventing desertion, treason, panic, organizing defensive service in the rear of combat units and naval units, assisting the command in increasing the readiness of warships, auxiliary vessels, units and subunits of the fleet, preventing the leakage of secret data about the plans and intentions of the command, conducting behind-the-front operations to obtain intelligence data about the enemy, conducting state inspection, filtration of former Soviet prisoners of war from among the sailors of the Northern Fleet, depending on the development of the military and operational situation at various stages of the Great Patriotic War. The directions of activity of the military counterintelligence bodies of the Northern Fleet also changed. One of the main problems for the forces of the Northern Fleet were German submarines, which were hunting for Allied caravans delivering cargo to Murmansk and Arkhangelsk, ships of the Soviet naval, merchant and fishing fleets laying sea mines in Arctic communications and firing artillery at Soviet bases on the islands, destroying the aircraft, warehouses and residential buildings located on them. Counterintelligence officers of the Northern Fleet participated in the activities of the Fleet Command to combat German submarines of the 11th and 13th Flotillas based in Norway, respectively in Bergen 379. Bergen is a city and port in Norway, the second largest city in the country. The capital of the province of Hordaland, the largest city in western Norway, located in the west of the country on the shores of the North Sea, occupies the Bergen Peninsula. Founded in 1077 until 1299, the capital of Norway, and Trondheim. The first detection of German submarines was recorded in the Murmansk area and in the White Sea as early as July 1941. In the spring of 1942, enemy submarines began to appear in the southeastern part of the Barents Sea and along the western coast of Nova Zemlya 380, Nova Zemlya archipelago in the Arctic Ocean, between the Barents and Kara Seas, included in the Arkhangelsk region. The archipelago consists of two large islands, north and south. The area is 83,000 square meters km, length about 900 km. In the USSR it was used as a nuclear testing site. By the end of the summer of this year, the enemy also found himself on the Arctic communications in the Kara Sea. German submarines laid mines on the approaches to the Yugorsky Shower Straits 381. Yugorsky Shower Strait, shower in Pomeranian Strait, a strait between the shores of the island, Vegach and the Yugorsk Peninsula, connects parts of the Barents and Kara Seas. The length is about 40 km, the width is from 2.5 to 12 km, the greatest depth is 36 m. Covered with ice for most of the year. And Matokhin Shower 382. Matokhin Shower Strait is a strait separating the northern island of Nova Zemlya from the southern island and connecting the Barents Sea with Karski. Length is about 98 km. The smallest depth is 0.6 m. The greatest is 12 m. Covered with ice most of the year. To the island of Dixon 383. Dixon is a rocky island in the northeastern part of the Yenisei Bay of the Kara Sea, at the entrance of the Yenisei Bay to the northern Arctic Ocean. Located 1.5 km from the mainland, area about 25 square meters km, average height about 26 m. Discovered by Pomers in the 17th century, it began to be called Dixon in 1894. Before that, Kuskin Island, in honor of the Swedish merchant Oscar Dixon. There is a port on the island on the northern sea route. The activity of German submarines and the difficult military situation can be judged from a letter from the Transport Directorate of the NKVD of the USSR, sent on August 21, 1942 to the Directorate of the NKVD of the USSR. The letter reported that the signals available since June 1942 quite clearly indicated that the Germans were preparing significant operations in the area of Nova Zemlya, the Barents and Kara Seas. Enemy activity increased during the summer of 1942 and became a real threat to Soviet communications in the Barents and Kara Seas and directly to the coast. The document reported that on July 27, an enemy submarine visited Carmichael Bay and destroyed 2 aircraft with artillery fire. In the area of shelling, 3 houses and 2 warehouses were also destroyed. August 17, in the area of Madvy Island 385. Madvy Island is a small island in the north of Russia, in the Barents Sea on the northern sea route. It is located in the southeast of the Barents Sea, which in this place is called the Pekersk Sea. The maximum altitude above sea level is 11 m. Administratively, it is part of the Nenets Autonomous Okrug of the Arkhangelsk region. An enemy submarine subjected to artillery fire a caravan of ships heading from Khabrovo 386. Khabrovo is an abolished village in the Nenets Autonomous Okrug. It was located on the Ugri Peninsula at the foot of the Khabarikha Hill at the confluence of the Melyayu River into the Yugorsky Shower Strait. In Naryan-Mar 387, Naryan-Mar, Nenets Red City, the administrative center of the Nenets Autonomous Okrug, located beyond the Arctic Circle. Located in the lower reaches of the Pekora River, 110 km from the Barents Sea, the village of Naryan-Mar was transformed into a city in 1935 by a resolution of the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee. Seaport and River Pier. The steamship Komsomolets was sunk 388. Komsomolets, a tugboat of the Naryan-Mar port, built in 1866 in Norway under the name Sarpen. In the port of Naryan-Mar since 1934. During the Great Patriotic War, it provided transportation for the needs of the 14th Army and the Northern Fleet. 08-17-1942 attacked by a German submarine, caught fire and washed ashore. In 1944, it was refloated, underwent major repairs and worked for a short time in Naryan-Mar. Displacement 171 tons, length 26.7 m, speed 7 knots. Barges, motorboats and 305 people died. On August 19, an enemy submarine fired at fishermen in the Chnyagub area on the island of Novozemlya 389. Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 120. L. 27. In 1942, a tense situation developed in the northern theater of military operations. The German fleet conducted fierce military operations along the route of Allied convoys supplying food and weapons to the USSR under Lend-Lease. The Soviet Northern Fleet, which had only 22 submarines in service, had to protect 3,000 miles of communications. The State Defense Committee decided to strengthen the Northern Fleet by transferring 12 submarines from other fleets, including 6 out of 91 concentrated in the Pacific Fleet. In the shortest possible time, 4 submarines of Type C from the Vladivostok and 2 Type L from Kamchatka naval bases were prepared for the transition to the Northern Maritime Theater. Soviet submariners had to secretly cross the Pacific Ocean, where Japanese submarines were operating on American communications, go down to the equator, go through the Panama Canal into the Atlantic, bypass the areas of the most intense activity of German submarines in the northern part of the Atlantic Ocean, rise above the Arctic Circle and then proceed from there in the naval base of the Northern Fleet Polar with readiness to immediately enter into battle. By agreement with the governments of the United States and England, they were provided with fuel, food and necessary repairs at stopping points: Dutch Harbor, San Francisco, Panama, Halifax, Reykjavik. On September 25, 1942, a submarine campaign unprecedented in the history of the Soviet submarine fleet up to that time began. 390 KOF-GL versions of the death of the Soviet submarine L-16 Military History Journal. 2014. No. 10. p. 45. Employees of the Special Department of the NKVD conducted counterintelligence support for a long-distance sea voyage, the entry of Soviet submarines into foreign ports, and also took part in the investigation of an emergency incident, the death of the L-16 submarine on October 11 during the transition from Dutch Harbor to San Francisco. 1943 is marked by the expansion of the coverage area of German submarines. Beginning in July, enemy submarines operated not only in the area of Novozemlya, their appearance was repeatedly recorded in the Yenisei Gulf. 391. Yenisei Gulf is a gulf of the Kara Sea between the Jaidan Peninsula and mainland Eurasia. The length is about 225 km. The width at the entrance is about 150 km. The Yenisei flows into the bay and is an estuary of the river. On the eastern shore, at the entrance to the bay, is the port of Dixon. In September 1943, German submarines destroyed the WA-18 convoy, sinking 2 transports and a warship in one day. On August 12, 1944, German submarines attacked the BD-5 convoy and destroyed a transport and 2 minesweepers. On January 16, 1945, as a result of torpedo attacks by German submarines, the Northern Fleet destroyer Dirtilny 392. Dirtilny is a destroyer of the Northern Fleet, laid down on November 25, 1918 in the USA, launched on May 31, 1919, and accepted into the US Navy on April 17, 1920. In 1940 it was transferred to England, and on 09/1940 it became part of the British Navy under the name Churchill. In 1944 it was transferred to the USSR and became part of the Northern Fleet. January 20, the destroyer Infuriated was torpedoed. 393. Infuriated is a destroyer of the Northern Fleet of Project 7, laid down at Plant No. 199 under the name Advanced Ray, laid at Plant No. 198 in Komsomolsk-on-Amur. 0925-1940 renamed developed. 0516-1941 Infuriated entered the Pacific Fleet on 10/14/1941. In 1942 the Northern Sea Route transferred to the Northern Fleet. Participated in the Great Patriotic War. On 02/17/1956 she was withdrawn from the Navy's combat service, and on 12/22/1956 she was reclassified as an experimental vessel OS-4. In October 1957 she was sunk off the coast of Nova Zemlya. Displacement 2039 tons, length 113.5 m, speed 39 knots, which remained afloat and was towed to the base 394, Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents, M. 2010, p. 114. The destruction of enemy submarines was one of the main combat missions of the Northern Fleet and the White Sea Military Flotilla. Soviet naval counterintelligence officers ensured the safety of military campaigns and identified leaks of secret information about the plans and intentions of the command of the Northern Fleet and the White Sea Military Flotilla. Counterintelligence officers of the Northern Fleet tried to deal with the possible leak of information to the enemy about the movement of Soviet ships. Such assumptions arose in connection with the overly confident actions of German submarines and raiders, their good knowledge of the route of the Northern Sea Route, the hydrological and hydrographic situation in the Kara Sea. In addition, according to maritime counterintelligence officers in the Arctic, the German submarine fleet could have refueling points as well as hydrometeorological posts. 395. A hydrometeor post is a complex of technical instruments and devices for determining various parameters of the Earth's atmosphere and hydrosphere. Serves to study the actual hydrological and meteorological conditions that influence the combat operations of the fleet and aviation. Such assumptions of Soviet maritime counterintelligence officers were based on information that had been concentrated since the period of summer navigation in 1940. Then, as a result of negotiations between Germany and the USSR, the leadership of the Soviet Union agreed to escort the German ship Kometa along the Northern Sea Route. Northern Sea Route 396. Kometa, German auxiliary cruiser raider during the Second World War, former merchant ship EMS ship No. 45, launched in Bremen on January 16, 1937. In the summer of 1940, he traveled along the Northern Sea Route to the Bering Strait, then to the Pacific Ocean. In 1941 conducted combat operations on the Allied sea lanes. Sunk on 10-14 1942 in the English Channel by British torpedo boats. Displacement 7,500 tons, length 115.4 m, speed 16 knots, which was declared as a merchant ship. However, it later turned out that the comet was a disguised German raider, which, after being escorted through the Soviet North, ended up in the Indian Ocean and sank about 10 Allied merchant ships. Following the Northern Sea route, German sailors took careful photographs. In one of the reports of Soviet sailors and pilots, for example, it was stated that the Germans continuously photographed the shores, photographed all the objects they encountered on their way. We photographed the islands we passed by, near which we stood, and photographed Cape Chelyuskin. At the slightest opportunity, depth measurements were taken, landed on the shore and photographed. 397 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F3, Op. 7, D. 1325, L. 16. An analysis of the documents showed that some carelessness was inherent in many officials related to the Comet Wire operation. For example, the head of the Glavosiv Airport 398. Glavosiv Airport is a state organization created in 1932 for the national economic development of the Arctic and ensuring navigation along the Northern Sea route. Until 1946, the main directorate under the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR. From 1946 to 1953, the main directorate under the Council of Ministers of the USSR. From 1953 to 1964, main directorate under the Ministry of Maritime Transport. Currently, the administration of the Northern Sea route under the Federal Agency for Sea and River Transport of the Ministry of Transport of Russia. ID. Papanin offered to show the German sailors the route. In a radiogram sent to one of the pilots who guided the comet, ID. Papanin wrote, "There is no doubt that the Germans sent one small boat only for the purpose of studying the route, show them the route, so to speak. Let the icebreaker lead it through the ice." 399 Central Asia FSB of Russia, F3, Op. 7, D. 1325, L. 74-74 Information about the navigation equipment of the Northern Sea route obtained during the passage of the comet allowed the German naval headquarters to deploy in advance a system of radio weather stations on the Arctic islands of the Arctic Ocean, including on the Spitsbergen archipelago, in violation of the Treaty of Paris of 1920. 400 Paris Treaty of 1920, an agreement treaty signed on February 9, 1920 in Paris and defining the international legal status of the Spitsbergen archipelago. In accordance with the treaty, Norwegian sovereignty was established over the archipelago, which was considered a no man's land, and the states party to the treaty were given equal rights to exploit the natural resources of Spitsbergen and its territorial waters. Norway has pledged not to build or allow the creation of naval bases or fortifications on Spitsbergen and not to use the territory for military purposes. The USSR acceded to the treaty in 1935. German experts carefully analyzed the information received about Soviet polar stations in the Arctic, the organization of their radio communications, the results of depth measurements in the straits, and in June 1941 they published summarized data in the form of a secret appendix to the Manual on Navigation in the Arctic Seas. The experience of ice navigation of the comets and a thorough study of the navigation conditions of the Northern Sea route helped German submarines in 1941-1945 piracy in Soviet northern waters. Based on a study of available operational materials on October 15, 1943, the SMERSH Counterintelligence Department of the Northern Fleet prepared an analytical document in which it was suggested that the enemy has sufficient intelligence data, both ice and military, on the western sector of the Arctic. According to Soviet counterintelligence officers, the enemy was also helped in this by the appearance in the open press newspaper Izvestia No. 129 7815 of 0604 1942 of data on the preparation of Soviet actions in the Arctic. A number of correspondents in one of the radio broadcasts from Arkhangelsk, and also opened negotiations between Gazm vessels both among themselves and between polar stations. In addition, during investigations into the circumstances of the death of Soviet and Allied convoys, counterintelligence officers established that the Germans knew exactly which channel the ships would take, despite the fact that they were walking along this channel for the first time. 401 Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 6, D. 14, L. 4, D. 120, L. 65. The presence of enemy bases in the Arctic was indicated by a lot of data given in the documents of the Smershrock of the Northern Fleet. Thus, in a certificate on the activities of German submarines, prepared in October 1943, a version was put forward about the possible use of the island by the enemy. Mezdasharsky 402. Mezdasharsky Island is an island of the Novozemlya archipelago, located in the Barents Sea, the third largest island in the archipelago. Geographically divided into several parts, the highest point of the island is 94 m. Administratively it belongs to the Arkhangelsk region. As an observation and communication point for submarines and aircraft operating in the areas of Novozemlya. So, on October 13, 1942 on the island, a plane of the White Sea Military Flotilla flying between Isharsk and the Belomorsk Military Flotilla discovered an enemy plane, which fired at it as the Soviet plane descended. An amphibious assault was sent to the island to capture the enemy plane, but the enemy plane was not there, and traces of a radio station were found at its landing site. 403 Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 6, D. 14, L. 6. On October 7, 1943, the Smershrock of the BVF informed Moscow that in the fall of 1943, the work of the Dixon Island radio station was interrupted by another unknown radio station operating on the same wavelength. According to the coastal radio post on Dixon Island, this radio station allegedly operated from an enemy submarine, but it was possible that this radio station could have been installed at one of the points on the Kara-Sea coast on instructions from German intelligence. 404 Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 6, D. 120, L. 197-198. Soviet counterintelligence officers did not exclude the possibility that German submariners used winter quarters prepared by the main Northern Sea route before the war to replenish food and fuel supplies. Thus, in the certificate of the Smershrock of the White Sea Military Flotilla dated October 13, 1943, it was noted that on the east coast of the island, Novozemlya, for a number of years, the State Emergency Service of Ukraine organized wintering camps. Food was delivered, houses were built, etc. For example, in Blagopoluchye Bay, a wintering camp without people was discovered. A house was erected, large supplies of food and a lot of fuel were left. Similar developed areas exist to the north of Blagopoluchye Bay and on the southern side of the island, New Earth. There are also fuel warehouses, but their location was not known to counterintelligence officers. The Smershrock of the BVF suggested that the enemy is using these bases. This assumption was confirmed by the fact that during the navigation of 1943, German submarines were spotted several times in Blagopoluchye Bay, choosing it for anchorage and perhaps for replenishment from food and fuel supplies. 405 IBED, D. 14, L. 72. The Blagopoluchye Bay mentioned in the text is a fjord-shaped bay of the Kara Sea off the eastern coast of the northern island of Novozemlya. The length is about 11 km, the width at the entrance is 7 km, the maximum depth is 165 m. Discovered in 1921 by a Soviet hydrographic expedition on the ship Taimyr. During 1944, German small displacement submarines appeared on the islands located in the Kara Sea. Thus, on August 10, 1944, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, the Counterintelligence Department SMERSH of the BVF discovered an enemy submarine on the surface in the immediate vicinity of the shore in the Polynnya Bay of the Yenisei Bay of the Krasnoyarsk territory. Approaching the shore at a distance of a quarter of a kilometer, signals were sent from the submarine in the direction of Cape Polynnya with flags. At the same time, a rubber boat was heading towards the shore from the submarine, which soon returned and was lifted aboard. After staying in the bay for about an hour, the submarine headed east. The SMERSH RD project of the BVF made the assumption that the appearance of an enemy submarine in Polynnya Bay on August 10, 1944 on the surface under the German naval flag and the attempts of the crew of the said boat to be ashore were associated with the landing or acceptance of a reconnaissance and sabotage group created from among the Germans evicted to the Yenisei Bay 406 archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 120. L. 179, 180, 192, 194. Having analyzed the enemy's actions against Soviet ships in 1944, naval counterintelligence officers concluded that German submarines located in the north operated on the fairways indicated in the Soviet wartime navigation guide. This circumstance gave reason to believe that the enemy is well aware of this. 407 IBID L. 193. On September 24, 1944, near the island of Izvestia Vtsik, the minesweeper SF No. 120 was torpedoed by a German submarine, displacing up to 250 tons. On September 25, 1944, a landing force was landed from two enemy submarines which destroyed the Glavsiv Moorput station on Cape Sterlegov 408. Cape Sterlegov is a cape on the Arctic coast of the Kara Sea on the Northern Sea route. Kara Sea destroyed 3 residential buildings, a radio station, a weather station, an engine room and 3 food warehouses. But the main success of the Germans was the secret documents they captured, including negotiation codes and tables with keys and signal books. Of the 7 people who were at the station, 5 people were captured by the Germans and transported on boats 409, Khristoforov vs. Cherepkova P. Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents, M. 2010, p. 119, to one of the employees of the weather post at Cape Sterlegov GV. Bakhtiarov managed to escape from the Germans. After the return of GV, Bakhtiarov, employees of the SMERSH Rock of the White Sea military flotilla questioned him about the circumstances of the seizure of the weather post, the behavior of the German sailors and the questions they asked the post employees. Bakhtiarov told Soviet counterintelligence officers that during the process of being questioned by the Germans, he, noticing through the window that the submarine had weighed anchor and went out to sea, allegedly asked the translator where the boat went, to which the latter replied, "To refuel at our base." The translator did not say where this base is located. Presumably, we can consider the possibility of the Germans creating such bases on the Mona Islands 410 archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 120. L. 201. The Mona Islands mentioned in the text are located in the Kara Sea off the western coast of the Taimyr Peninsula. They consist of 6 large and 5 small rocky granite islands. The islands were discovered in 1893 by F. Nansen on the ship Fram. On January 18, 1945, the head of the SMERSH Rock of the Northern Fleet II. Goncharov sent the head of the SMERSH Criminal Investigation Department of the NKVMFPA. Gladkov received a memorandum in which he noted, operating small displacement enemy submarines in the Kara Sea, far from their bases in Norway, Narvik, Tromsø, Trondheim, gives reason to assume that the enemy's submarine fleet has its bases in the Kara Sea. It was further reported that in 1944, supplies of fuel, oils and food belonging to an unknown person were discovered on Horseshoe Island. There were several dozen such islands in the Mininscrees and they could be used by the enemy. The Smersh Research and Development Department of the Northern Fleet knew that in 1944 German submarines surfaced in various bays of the northeastern coast of the Kara Sea and took on board people from camps. The Smersh Rock of the Kara Naval Base discovered an underground radio station in the village of Washmerino, the mouth of the Yenisei River. In the area of Dixon Island in the spring of 1944, there was an incident when a surfaced German submarine landed an unknown person on the edge of the ice, whose trail led towards Dixon Island. The landing of an unknown person was discovered by local residents who organized a search, which, however, did not yield positive results. According to employees of the Smersh SF, German intelligence had its agents on the islands of the Kara Sea, where there was sufficient soil for this. Namely, the northeastern part of the Kara Sea coast and the islands are populated by political exiles, and supervision over them is almost completely absent. On the island of Podkova, in the mine in Skri located closer than other islands on our caravan routes in the Kara Sea, there live 10 people who are exiles, of whom 2 are Latvians, 2 are Germans and the rest are Russians and Finns. Supervision over their life and activities is carried out only twice a year, when a representative of the Northern Sea Route comes to the island, to whom the exiles hand over fish and bear skins, receiving food in return. Horseshoe Island is a convenient place for ships to stay. The depth of the bay, which is 5 miles along the parallel, with a width at the entrance of 2.7 miles, allows the passage of ships of any draft. There is fresh water on the island. Despite the possibility of the presence of enemy bases, the command of the Northern Fleet and the White Sea Flotilla did not take effective measures to search for and eliminate enemy bases and radio points, believing that this was the business of the Smersh and NKGB agencies. II. Goncharov emphasized that operational search work among the population of the coast and islands of the Kara Sea was entrusted to the NKVD and NKGB, but such work was not actually carried out, which made it easier for German intelligence to operate successfully on the Soviet Northern Sea lanes. Goncharov asked the leadership of the Smersh Criminal Investigation Department of the NKVMF to raise the issue with the NKVD of the USSR and the NKGB of the USSR about more effective operational investigative work on the coast and islands of the Kara Sea. 411 Central Asia FSB of Russia, F. 4, Op. 4, D. 1293, L. 6566, Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 6, D. 120, L. 115. It should also be noted that suspicious actions of enemy submarines off the Soviet coast were noted at the beginning of 1945. Thus, in the certificate of the 2nd Department of the Smersh Criminal Defense Forces of the NKVMF dated February 20, 1945, data was given that on January 18, 1945, 19 SNIS signal and observation posts. 412 SNIS is the surveillance and communications service of the USSR Navy, designed for visual and radio monitoring of sea and airspace, as well as for providing ships and coastal units with telegraph and telephone communications. Monitors the movement of ships at sea, aircraft flights, sea conditions, and weather. SNIS posts and sections are usually located on islands or the sea coast. In the Teraiburg section, suspicious actions of an enemy submarine were noted near the shore in the area east of Teraiburg. 413. Teraiburg is a village in the Kola district of the Murmansk region on the banks of the river of the same name. Length 127 km. Area basin 2230 km. Flows into Teraiburg Bay of the Barents Sea. In the first case, the boat left the secluded bay of the coast. In the second case, the boat maneuvered in the area of the post in a surface position and transmitted 5-6 white green light signals towards the shore. The possibility of landing enemy intelligence groups on the Soviet coast was assumed. Smersh of the Northern Fleet sent its task force to organize the search and capture of enemy reconnaissance and sabotage groups. 414. Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 6, D. 120, L. 246. Joint operations to ensure the safety of Allied convoys traveling from England to the northern ports of the USSR led to the presence of a large number of British military personnel in Soviet ports and at the air and naval bases of the Northern Fleet. Counterintelligence work in Polyarny and Venga 415. Venga is the former name of the city of Severomorsk, located on the Kola Peninsula, 25 km from Murmansk, seaport on the eastern shore of the Kola Bay. The settlement of Venga was named after the bay and river of the same name. In 1933, it was chosen as one of the bases for the created Northern Fleet. In 1947, the headquarters and control of the fleet were relocated from Polyarny to Venga. On 04/18/1951, the working village of Venga received a new status and name, Severomorsk, where the British Naval Mission, Naval Hospital and units of the British Air Force were located, was entirely entrusted to the units of the Smershrak of the Northern Fleet. The naval missions located in Murmansk and Arkhangelsk were in the field of view of the Territorial Counterintelligence Units (NKVD, NKGB). To eliminate parallelism in the work of state security agencies in this area, it was decided to concentrate all materials in the 3rd Department of the Counterintelligence Directorate of the NKVD of the USSR, and therefore military counterintelligence officers of the central apparatus and the Northern Fleet were obliged to immediately transfer to the Counterintelligence Directorate all incoming documents on military matters. Naval mission of the British. The British missions and various foreign institutions in the Soviet North included up to 300 people, which, according to Soviet counterintelligence officers, did not correspond to their officially stated tasks. British intelligence officers operating under the cover of naval mission officers who found themselves on Soviet territory could not miss the opportunity to collect information about the economic and military potential of the Soviet Union, the state of the Red Army and Navy, and the prospects for their development. First of all, the British were interested in the Northern Sea route as the closest route from Europe to the Far East and North America. The Allied relations between Great Britain and the USSR influenced the nature of the activities of the Allied intelligence services, namely, British intelligence was forced to exercise special caution and tact in its actions and be more selective in the forms and methods of intelligence work on the territory of the Soviet Union. The military-political alliance with Great Britain also left a certain imprint on the counterintelligence activities of the Soviet intelligence services. However, even during that period there was a postulate that has not lost its relevance today. Intelligence services are not friends but cooperate when their interests coincide. Moscow demanded that naval counterintelligence officers more actively identify representatives of intelligence services among British military personnel. On November 27, 1941, the NKVD of the USSR sent an instruction to the NKVD of the Arkhangelsk and Murmansk regions, the 3rd Department of the Northern Fleet and the White Sea Military Flotilla, which noted that the British intelligence agencies introduced large intelligence officers into the official military and economic representations in the USSR, who used collecting spy information from officers and non-commissioned officers of the British Army and Navy who were on the territory of the USSR. To this end, each trusted person was given a specific range of issues on which he was to collect intelligence information in the Soviet Union. The instruction drew attention to the fact that the presence of British naval headquarters in Arkhangelsk and Polyarny, which undoubtedly includes intelligence workers, provides an opportunity for the British, through the use of trusted officers and non-commissioned officers, to expand the scope of their intelligence work, especially to our north. Moscow demanded further improvement of counterintelligence work along the British line. For these purposes, it was necessary to organize coordination and interaction between counterintelligence units of various departments on a permanent, systematic basis. 416. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010. p. 124. In this regard, it should be noted that on each English ship special journals were kept, where all officers and sailors upon returning from shore were required to record the results of visual observation during the period they were on leave. In the fall of 1943, the head of the Smersh Missile Defense Department of the NKVMFPA, Gladkov, speaking at a meeting of the operational staff, said that the Northern Fleet had a large number of foreign military personnel and specialists who were there as part of Allied activities. At the same time, Gladkov noted that the Counterintelligence Department of the Northern Fleet had developed the practice of a liberal attitude towards foreigners on the basis that the British who were in the North were allies. The head of the Smersh Criminal Investigation Department of the NKVMF stated that statements on the diplomatic side on the line of state order, advertisements in the newspaper that the USSR and England were friendly states do not relate to the activities of Soviet counterintelligence. He emphasized that the USSR never announced that Soviet counterintelligence and British intelligence were friends. Such a point was not written anywhere that the intelligence services are friends. We are not going to do so yet. 417 IBED pp. 124-125. Counterintelligence work against British intelligence was built mainly in two directions: identifying British intelligence officers among employees of naval missions, establishing their connections, and suppressing possible illegal activities at Northern Fleet facilities. The British, by the nature of their official activities and in everyday life, had numerous contacts with military personnel of the military units of the Red Army and the Northern Fleet, as well as with the civilian population. Naval counterintelligence officers tried to take control of all British contacts with Soviet citizens, identifying among them potential sources of British intelligence information. At the same time, merely recording meetings between Soviet military personnel and the British was not enough. It was important to find out the nature of these connections as well as to understand what information the foreigners were trying to collect. Another area of work of the Smersh Northern Fleet rock along the English line was counterintelligence support for the stay of Soviet sailors in England and the transition of a detachment of ships from England to the USSR. In March 1944, to ensure the reception in England of a large detachment of warships, battleship Royal Sovereign 418. Royal Sovereign is a British super dreadnought, the lead in a series of 5 ships of the Revenge type, launched in Portsmouth on 05/29/1915, included in the lists of the English fleet in May 1916. From 1944 to 1949 as part of the Soviet Navy under the name Arkhangelsk, returned by the Soviet Union and dismantled for metal in 1949. Displacement 31,000 tons, length 189 m, speed 21 knot. Renamed Arkhangelsk, a cruiser, 8 destroyers and 4 submarines. A team of sailors was formed in the Northern Fleet, which included military personnel from the Baltic, Northern, Pacific and Black Sea fleets, to study the business and personnel qualities of the personnel of the team heading abroad. A special commission was created for the selection of personnel, and the Counterintelligence Department Smersh of the detachment of ships of the USSR Navy was formed. The commission and the newly created Counterintelligence Department began checking the military personnel, determining the degree of their trustworthiness as well as assessing their professional and personal qualities. On April 7, 1944, a special commission, which included employees of the Smersh Counterintelligence Department, began work. Members of the commission studied the documents and conducted individual interviews with each sailor selected to be sent on a business trip abroad. Every day at the end of the working day, members of the commission held a joint discussion of candidates whose sending abroad was considered inappropriate. If the opinions of the commission members did not coincide, then the serviceman was called for a second conversation and, in the presence of all commission members, clarifying questions were asked, after which a decision was made to remove him or leave him as part of the Team 419 archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 86. L. 268. During the Commission's work from April 7 to May 10, members of the Commission checked 3,711 people, including 226 officers, 3,485 petty officers and sailors. 664 people were diverted from being sent abroad, 18% of the total number checked by the Commission, including 16 officers, 648 petty officers and sailors. The reasons why military personnel were withdrawn from business trips abroad were the following. Those who did not have or had little knowledge of their specialty, 235 people. Malicious violations of military discipline, 200 people. Living in the occupied territories, 84 people. Committing moral and domestic offenses, 56 people. Anti-Soviet statements, 34 people. Committing thefts, 20 people. 11 people had criminal convictions. In addition, 24 people were removed for health reasons. May 10, 1944 PA. Gladkov reported to NG. Kuznetsov received the results of an inspection of personnel preparing for a trip abroad, noting that such a large number of those withdrawn from trips abroad was due to the fact that the command of ships and units of the Pacific Fleet and the Red Banner Baltic Fleet did not seriously approach the assignment of military personnel to special teams for a trip to England. 420 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 86. L. 305-306. On August 24, 1944, a Soviet squadron from England arrived in the USSR. NG was informed about the completion of the transition of Soviet ships and the presence of Soviet sailors abroad on August 28, 1944. Kuznetsov, according to the Smersh Counterintelligence Department of the Northern Fleet, while personnel were en route to England to receive ships, one transport was torpedoed by the enemy. 23 people died, including officers 8, foremen 3, Red Navy men 12. Among the dead was Detective Mikhailov. The document emphasized that no anti-Soviet manifestations were recorded during the stay of the Soviet squadron personnel in England. At the same time, counterintelligence officers noted that some military personnel went ashore without permission, but there were no consequences in connection with this. 421 IBED L. 338. In September 1944, to organize operational investigative work on ships coming from England, the Smersh Counterintelligence Department of the Northern Fleet Squadron was organized. The operational services of the newly formed department included 10 ships that came from England and 9 ships that were previously part of the destroyer brigade. At the time of its organization, there were 5,700 personnel on the ships of the squadron, of which 2,500 people arrived from other fleets during the formation of the Special Command and sailed to England. The Smersh Squadron's RD team was tasked with studying personnel coming from other fleets as well as studying the mood of personnel coming from England, identifying the enemy element, cross-checking materials received abroad, and conducting operational search work. First of all, the study was carried out on sailors who, while in England, maintained close contacts with English sailors, local residents and Russian immigrants, and upon returning to the Soviet Union praised life in England and the system of government. In April 1945, the squadron included a battleship, a cruiser, a leader, 4 7-class destroyers, 3 Novik-class destroyers, and 8 destroyers received from the British. The total number of personnel on the squadron is 5,338. 422. C. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F. 4. Op. 4. D. 1293. L. 8394. The result of the activities of the Smersh Northern Fleet rock along the English line was the identification of several dozen career intelligence officers, the receipt and systematization of materials about the methods of intelligence activities of the British. At the same time, the counterintelligence officers themselves admitted that miscalculations were made in this area, which include defensive tactics in countering the intelligence aspirations of the British, fear due to Allied relations of carrying out complex operational search activities, poor use of means other than intelligence, and operational methods. The Northern Fleet actively participated in combat operations with the enemy at sea and on land, defending the northern coast, ports and naval bases, as well as in landing operations, including on Norwegian territory. As a result, a significant part of the personnel of the Northern Fleet, especially the Marines and coastal defense, was in constant direct combat contact with enemy forces of the Army and Navy. These combat conditions significantly increased the opportunities for enemy agents to penetrate Soviet troops. Special message from the Gugben KVD of the USSR about the death of the submarine D1. November 14, 1940 Directive of the 3rd Directorate of the USSR Navy on combating enemy agents. December 2, 1941 Head of the 3rd Directorate of the NKVMFI. Petrov pass of A.K. Petrov to the building of the NKVD of the USSR. Salarius Certificate of K. Jang Agent report on the construction of 3 submarines in the Leningrad docks. 1928 From the investigative file of K. Jang, resolution of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR on the creation of the Smeral Gakr. April 19, 1943 Beginning April 19, 1943 Continued resolution of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR on the creation of the Gakr Smersh. April 19, 1943 End Leader Tashkent Order of the People's Commissar of the USSR Navy NG. Kuznetsov with the announcement of the staff of the counterintelligence agencies of the NKVMF Smersh. June 19, 1943 Head of UK Smersh NKVMFPA. Gladkov Head of RD Smersh KBFV. Vinogradov Senior Detective of the 3rd Branch of the Smersh Rock KBFNP. Borovkov Deputy Head of the Smersh Design and Development Work of the Leningrad Naval Base MG. Bychkov Special message from the 3rd Directorate of the USSR Navy about the operation of an unknown radio station in the Königsberg area. September 1941 Memo from the USSR Navy's NKR Smersh on attempted sabotage on ships of the former German fleet. 1945 Order of the People's Commissar of the USSR Navy on establishing the day of the annual holiday of the Higher School of Counterintelligence of the NK Navy. May 26, 1944 Covering letter from the Smersh Design Bureau of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet to the plan for the behind-the-front undercover Operation Cyclone. March 15, 1944 Letter from the NKVD KBF NGO about the direction of the plan for the radio game Strela. January 21, 1943 Head of the Smersh Rock of the Northern Fleet. From July 1943 to November 1944 am. Kryov Head of the Smersh Rock of the Northern Fleet. November 1944-1948 II. Goncharov SP. Mikhailov VE. Akremenko NN. Padchin Head of the Smersh Research and Development Department of the Black Sea Fleet ND. Armolev report from the White Sea Military Flotilla on the activity of enemy submarines. August 4, 1944 Beginning report from the White Sea Military Flotilla on the activity of enemy submarines. August 4, 1944 End German Raider Comet on the Northern Sea Route. 1940 Photo from the archives of the Russian FSB. Radiogram ID. Papanin about the wiring of the Comet D. Minazuma in naval uniform. Cover of D. Minazuma's investigative file. D. Minazuma. Photo from the investigation file. Leader of Kharkov destroyer Merciless report in a German newspaper about the sinking of 3 Black Sea Fleet ships on October 6, 1943. Special message from the NKVD PVF about the breakthrough of the flotilla ships. September 1941 Special message from the Smersh Missile Defense Company of the Navy NK about the collision of ships of the Amur flotilla. Title page of the report of the Pacific Fleet Rock Smersh on the work of searching for enemy intelligence agents. August 25, 1945 report from the Smersh Rock of the Caspian Flotilla on the results of intelligence and operational work during the war. August 1945 scheme of organizational structure of the NKVD Volga military flotilla. 1942 North Sea counterintelligence officers actively participated in hostilities in the north. Operatives of the Smersh Rock of the Marine Brigades, together with the served units during 1941-1944, defended the Shredny and Rybaki peninsulas. The operational staff of the squadron of ships, brigades of torpedo boats and sea hunters, as well as the Smersh RD for protecting the water area of the Northern Fleet, participated in operations on enemy communications and to protect Allied caravans. During the entire period of the war in the Arctic, there was not a single case of cowardice or unworthy behavior of counterintelligence officers on the battlefield. Like all military units, the counterintelligence units of the Northern Fleet also suffered combat losses. In the line of duty, in battles and naval battles, detectives of the Special Department of the NKVD Coast Guard MF, Dvyanikov, a detachment of ships NN, Padchin, Smersh organs of the Northern Fleet VE, Akromenko ST, Shibanov VA, Larionov NI, Shamre, and the operational officer of the Smersh Rock of the squadron of ships SP, Mikhailov died, as befits a sailor, in the icy waters of the Barents Sea. Rock Smersh Northern Fleet took measures to assist the fleet command in increasing the combat readiness and combat training of fleet forces, strengthening military discipline, and maintaining state and military secrets. Naval counterintelligence officers informed the Military Council of the Northern Fleet about the identified shortcomings, where 169 information messages were sent, including 11 about the facts of disclosure of military secrets and loss of secret documents. 7 about shortcomings in preparation for combat operations. 19 about immoral manifestations of personnel. The largest number of information, 35, was provided about anti-Soviet manifestations by personnel of flag units and ships. 423 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 276. L. 59. In the Northern Fleet, as in other fleets during the war years, a significant place in the activities of counterintelligence officers was occupied by the activity that began in peacetime to identify and expose the anti-Soviet element, that is, persons suspected of committing crimes under Art. 5810 Counter-revolutionary propaganda and agitation. 424 Article 5810 Counter-revolutionary propaganda and agitation of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR. The objective side of this crime was expressed in attempts, through counter-revolutionary agitation and propaganda, to undermine the power of the socialist state and its defense capability. Counter-revolutionary propaganda was recognized as the dissemination among a narrow circle of people of counter-revolutionary thoughts aimed at overthrowing, undermining or weakening Soviet power, or at committing individual counter-revolutionary crimes. Counter-revolutionary agitation was recognized as the dissemination of any one counter-revolutionary thought, any call aimed at achieving what is specified in Art. 5810 Counter-revolutionary goal among a large number of people. Propaganda and agitation could be carried out orally, conversations, speeches, in writing, leaflets, in visual works, drawings, posters, etc., in works of art, music, singing, dramatizations, etc. Finally, through any symbolic signs or actions. The dissemination of counter-revolutionary literature is expressed in all sorts of actions, the purpose of which was to make counter-revolutionary literature accessible to one or another circle of people, several persons, or even one person. The production of counter-revolutionary literature could consist both in the compilation of the text itself of counter-revolutionary content and in certain actions of a technical nature. Printing on a typewriter, steclograph, hectograph machine, typing, etc. The storage of counter-revolutionary literature was obvious when circumstances cases. It was established that counter-revolutionary literature was intended for distribution or when the person keeping it foresaw the possibility of familiarizing certain persons with it. Counter-revolutionary propaganda and agitation were considered completed from the moment of conducting, in one form or another, propaganda or agitation. Whether certain counter-revolutionary crimes were committed as a result of counter-revolutionary propaganda or agitation or not did not matter for the existence of a complete corpus delicti of this crime. From the subjective side, counter-revolutionary propaganda and agitation were characterized as direct intent. With all types of counter-revolutionary propaganda and agitation, counter-revolutionary intent was necessary to constitute a crime. The presence of intent in some cases could be confirmed in the very content of the words spoken and in the situation in which these words were spoken. For example, an anti-Soviet shout at a meeting. The circumstances aggravating the crime in question were mass unrest, use of religious prejudices, use of national prejudices, military situation and martial law. Under the conditions of the Great Patriotic War, counter-revolutionary propaganda and agitation were classified as crimes posing an exceptional social danger. Criminal Code of the RSFSR. In total, from 1941 to 1945, 517 people were arrested in the Northern Fleet on suspicion of committing crimes under this article. Criminal prosecution under Article 58(10) of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR was related to political repression, which was associated with violations of the law. After Stalin's death, a review of criminal cases against persons prosecuted under this article began. They were recognized as victims of political repression and rehabilitated. It should be noted that the Smersh missile defense system of the NKVMF drew the attention of the leadership of the Counterintelligence Department of the Northern Fleet to the fact that in a number of subordinate bodies in the process of operational activities, the main attention was paid not to solving counterintelligence tasks but to identifying anti-Soviet sentiments and immoral manifestations among the personnel of the service objects and economic shortcomings. The consequence of this was the low efficiency of work in identifying spies, saboteurs and terrorists. During the inspections, representatives of the Smersh Criminal Investigation Department of the NKVMF recommended that the counterintelligence officers of the Northern Fleet reduce by half the inspection of persons suspected of anti-Soviet activities. 425 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F4 Op 4 D 1293 L 1937. Counterintelligence officers of the Northern Fleet fought against desertion during the war. In just 1941-1945, fewer than 100 military personnel were arrested and tried. Thus, in the second half of 1941, not a single person was arrested for desertion. In 1942, 37 people were arrested. In 1943, 27. In 1944, 23. In 4 months of 1945, 8 people. Archival documents indicate that the largest number of deserters were identified in parts of the Northern Fleet, Coastal Defense, Northern Defensive Region, Murmansk Naval Garrison, airfield units of the Air Force, as well as in the construction battalions of the fleet. Severstroy. Desertion among crew members of combat and auxiliary ships was insignificant. In 1945, the Red Navy man CHNP who deserted from the brigade of torpedo boats and the Red Navy man Kla from the destroyer Zharkiy were detained by fleet counterintelligence officers. 426 Central Asia FSB of Russia. F4 Op 4 D 1293 L 135 Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F14 Op 6 D 276 L 5. A major role in the fight against desertion in the Northern Fleet was played by barrage detachments, one of whose main tasks was the detention and verification of persons traveling along the highways from the front to the rear. To combat desertion from naval units, especially in the difficult initial period of the war in 1941-1942, the most extreme measure was used: execution in front of the line. Behind the front operations in the north began only at the end of 1943, while counterintelligence officers of the Northern Fleet encountered great difficulties in organizing them, since military operations behind the front line were immediately transferred to naval bases and ports of Finland and Norway. The sparsely populated areas of northern Finland and northern Norway, the negative attitude of the Finnish population towards the Russians, and the harsh police regime in Norway made it difficult to send behind-the-front agents from among Soviet citizens to these areas. At the end of 1944, the Smershrock of the Northern Fleet completed the development of an operation codenamed Fjord, according to the plan of which it was planned to collect data on the operational situation, intelligence and counterintelligence activities of the enemy in the territory of Kirkenswald, Vadso, and send one of the agents to the Troms area to collect information about the activities of the German intelligence department in this city, as well as to identify agents and career intelligence officers left by German intelligence in Norwegian cities. Preparations for the operation were carried out in close cooperation with the Intelligence Directorate of the NKVMF, which provided counterintelligence officers with available information about the situation in the Kirkens area, passport and access regimes and conditions of movement in this territory. However, the carefully planned operation was not carried out due to the rapid advance of the Red Army units and the liberation of the area intended for the release of Smersh counterintelligence agents of the Northern Fleet. 427 Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 6, D. 276, L. 4147. In 1944, the theater of combat operations moved to the territory of neighboring states. On October 7-29, 1944, the Petsamo-Kirkens offensive operation was carried out, during which Soviet troops as part of units and formations of the 14th Army 428, 14th Army, 14th Separate Army, Operational Military Formation, Combined Arms Army, as part of the Armed Forces of the USSR, formed in October 1939 in the Leningrad military district and covered the border with Finland. During the Great Patriotic War as part of the Northern and Karelian fronts, she took part in the defense of the Soviet Arctic and the Petsamo-Kirkens operation. On 10-31-1945 it was disbanded. Its field control was turned to replenishment of the White Sea military district. The 7th Air Army and the forces of the Northern Fleet surrounded and destroyed the enemy group and liberated the city of Petsamo. The troops reached the state border with Norway and completed the liberation of the Arctic. 429. For more details, see The Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945, Collection of Military Historical Maps, M. 2006, Part 3, pp. 87-93. Before the start of the offensive operation, the Smershrock of the Northern Fleet began preparations for work in the liberated territory of northern Norway and northern Finland. When the Red Army occupied the Sør-Varanger region, northern Norway, at the end of October, the operational group of the Smersh Northern Fleet was sent there, which advanced along with the advancing units and subunits. The task force was tasked with seizing German and Finnish intelligence institutions, their archives and files, identifying official employees and agents of German and Finnish intelligence and counterintelligence agencies and intelligence schools at camps for Soviet prisoners of war in the Petsamo-Parkino area. Conduct an initial check of Soviet prisoners of war, restore contact with agents of naval counterintelligence agencies who were in captivity and did not take the path of cooperation with the camp administration. However, due to insufficient preliminary preparation before departure, ignorance of the language of the host country, and an ill-conceived legend of the stay at official meetings, operational employees presented themselves as correspondents. The results of the task force's activities were insignificant. 430. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F. 4, Op. 4, D. 1293, L. 306-307. The task force carried out work in the camps of Soviet prisoners of war, since sailors of the Northern Fleet were also there. From the first days after Soviet prisoners of war entered the camps, German and Finnish intelligence services conducted intelligence interrogations among them in order to obtain information of a military and political nature, and persuaded prisoners of war to cooperate. As candidates for recruitment, foreign intelligence services primarily considered individuals whose relatives were repressed by the NKVD, as well as those who voluntarily surrendered and gave up information of a military and political nature during the first interrogations. From Soviet prisoner of war camps in Finland, 2,136 people who were of interest to the Gestapo and German army intelligence were selected and transferred to their disposal. 431. Khristoforov vs. Documents from Russian archives about Soviet prisoners of war in camps in Finland and Norway in 1941-1944. Domestic Archives. 2008. No. 3. p. 6572. The Finnish and German administrations created a harsh regime of detention in camps for Soviet prisoners of war in northern Norway and northern Finland, especially characteristic of the period 1941-1942. International norms on the situation of prisoners of war in all camps were grossly violated. Until the end of 1943, food standards for prisoners of war were not determined. Physically healthy prisoners were used for work in seaports, for the procurement of lumber and firewood, peat mining, construction of highways, clearing them of snow, agricultural work for peasants, etc. About 28% of Soviet soldiers died in camps in northern Norway and northern Finland, prisoners of war. The task force that arrived at its destination found a depressing picture. Before retreating, German units destroyed the port and city of Liainokamari. 432. Liainokamari, Pechanga, is a settlement in the Pechanga district of the Murmansk region, a port in the Pechanga Bay. Since 1800 it was part of the Russian Empire. According to the Tartu Peace Treaty of 1920, the port of Liainokamari, along with the entire region, became part of Finland. After the conclusion of the Moscow Peace Agreement between Finland and the USSR, it became part of the Murmansk region. Almost all buildings remained undamaged, only small houses and one hotel. There was not a single resident left in the city. The entire population was driven away by the Germans. The Smersh task force of the Northern Fleet was sent to the disposal of the Smersh Rock of the 14th Army to conduct state verification, filtration of Soviet military personnel released from captivity. However, only 714 wounded and sick prisoners were found in the prisoner of war camps, since the Germans sent all the healthy ones to the north of Norway. 433. Khristoforov vs. Vinogradov VK, Madvivo K, and others. Smersh. Historical Essays and Archival Documents. ed. 2nd Rev. and Additional M. 2005 pp. 275-276. In the process of state inspection, filtration of former servicemen of the USSR Navy, 36 sailors of the Northern Fleet were identified through investigative and operational means, who, having taken the path of treason to the motherland, went with the Germans into the depths of Norway. All of them were included in the wanted lists and put on the operational wanted list. 434. Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 276. L. 3840. During the offensive operation, the Smersh operational group of the Northern Fleet captured various captured documents, including office documents, orders, instructions, certificates, etc. of the 1C Department, Intelligence and Counterintelligence of the 19th German Mountain Rifle Corps, which represented the operational and later historical value. During the interrogation of former Soviet prisoners of war, information was obtained about the circumstances of the capture of Soviet military personnel, conditions of detention, food and medical supplies, labor, the number of Soviet prisoners of war, and operational work among prisoners of war of the German and Finnish intelligence services. Of great importance was information about the administration of the camps and prisoners of war who collaborated with the administration, spoke on the radio with appeals to the soldiers of the Red Army who joined the Royal and National formations of the German and Finnish armies. 435 Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Murmansk region. D. 123 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14 Op. 6. D. 283 L. 1937. As previously occupied Soviet territories were liberated, counterintelligence agencies were faced with the task of searching for enemy agents, traitors and accomplices of the German occupiers. Despite the strict demands of the center to organize search work in the Smershrock of the Northern Fleet and its subordinate bodies, it was carried out unsatisfactorily. Search cases were opened extremely rarely. The operational staff practically did not engage in search work, limiting themselves only to checking persons called up from previously occupied territories according to alphabetical lists sent from the center. In 1945, the structure of subordination of the Smershrock of the Northern Fleet included counterintelligence departments, submarine brigades, torpedo boat brigades, teams of large hunters, squadron of ships. 436 The counterintelligence department Smersh of the squadron of ships of the Northern Fleet was organized in September 1944, the service of which included 10 ships that came from England and 9 ships that were previously part of the destroyer squadron. In April 1945, the squadron included a battleship, a cruiser, a leader, 4 7-class destroyers, 3 Novik-class destroyers, and 8 destroyers received from the British. The total number of personnel on the squadron is 5,338 people. C. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F. 4. Op. 4. D. 1293. L. 8384. SF Air Force. 3rd Air Group Northern Fleet, 5th Mine Torpedo Aviation Division of the Northern Fleet Air Force, 6th Fighter Aviation Division of the Northern Fleet Air Force, 14th Mixed Air Division of the Northern Fleet Air Force, Kola Sea Region, Komora, 1st Air Defense Division of the Kola Sea Region, Coast Guard of the Kola Sea Region, Pecheneg Naval Base Komora, Pecheneg Marine Brigade Komora, Detachment of Surface Ships, Protection of the Komora Water Area, Solovetsky Naval Garrison, Murmansk Naval Garrison, Belomorsky Sea Region, Belomora, Ayakhyansky Naval Base Belomora, Novozemelskaya Naval Base Belomora, Molotov Naval Garrison Belomor, Salambala Naval Garrison of Belomor, White Sea Military Flotilla, Severostroy. The activities of the leaders and employees of the counterintelligence agencies of the Northern Fleet during the Great Patriotic War were appreciated. 290 people were awarded orders and medals of the USSR. Chapter 9. Counterintelligence of the Black Sea Fleet. The Black Sea Fleet was an operational strategic association of the USSR Navy, originating from the Russian Black Sea Fleet, created in 1783 from ships of the Azov and Dnieper military flotillas. Sevastopol became the main base of the fleet. 437. Sevastopol was founded on June 3, 1783. Since 1804 it has been the main military port. The sailors of the Black Sea Fleet fought selflessly during the Sevastopol defense period 1853-1855. The construction and victories of the Black Sea Fleet are associated with the names of outstanding naval commanders. FF, Ashakova, DN, Senyavina, MP, Lazareva, PS, Nakhimov and others. In November 1917, the All-Black Sea Fleet Congress announced the transition of the Black Sea Fleet to the side of Soviet power. During the Civil War, sailors courageously fought for Soviet power as part of the Azov, Volga, and Dnieper military flotillas and on land fronts. In 1918, some of the ships, having relocated to Novorossiysk in order to avoid their capture by the German occupiers, were scuttled by order of the Soviet government, and the fleet forces remaining in Sevastopol were taken by Wrangel's troops to Bizerte, Tunisia, in 1920. The measures taken by the Soviet government for their return, long and fruitless negotiations with foreign representatives did not produce results. The ships of the Bizerte squadron never returned to their homeland. They gradually fell into disrepair and in 1930-1936 were dismantled for metal. The last to be scrapped was the battleship General Alexeyev in 1936. In May 1920, the naval forces of the Black and Azov Seas were formed. By decision of the ex-Congress of the RCP, B. 1921, the restoration of the Black Sea Fleet began, strengthening it with ships transferred from the Baltic Sea 438 in 1929-1930. The battleship Paris Commune, Sevastopol, and the cruiser Profintern, Red Crimea, were transferred to the Black Sea Fleet. January 11, 1935, the naval forces of the Black and Azov Seas were reorganized into the Black Sea Fleet. During the pre-war 5-year plans, the Black Sea Fleet was replenished with new ships and military equipment. Formations and units of the Air Force, Coastal Defense, and Air Defense were created. By the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, the Black Sea Fleet had 1 battleship, 5 cruisers, 3 leaders, 14 destroyers, 47 submarines, 15 minesweepers, 4 gunboats, 2 patrol ships, 2 minlayers, 84 torpedo boats, 24 submarine hunters. Fleet Air Force, 625 aircraft. Formations and units of coastal defense and air defense had bases Sevastopol, Odessa, Novorossiysk, Batumi. The Black Sea Fleet also included the Danube Military Flotilla until November 20, 1941, and from July 1941, the newly formed Azov Military Flotilla 439. Naval Dictionary, M. 1989, p. 470. With the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, the Black Sea Fleet defended its bases and coasts, defended its communications, acted on the enemy's communications, and carried out airstrikes on its important coastal facilities. Together with the troops, the Black Sea Fleet defended Odessa, Sevastopol, Novorossiysk. 2 apps participated in the battle for the Caucasus in the Kirk Feodosia and Kirk Eltagen operations. With the transition of the ground forces to the offensive, the Black Sea Fleet took part in the Novorossiysk, Taman, Crimean, Odessa, and Yassy-Kishinev operations. The operational work of the Maritime Counterintelligence of the Black Sea Fleet (BSF), as well as other fleets and flotillas, was determined by changes in the military, political, and operational situation in the theater of military operations. The main directions of the operational search activities of the counterintelligence officers of the Black Sea Fleet were the identification and detention of foreign intelligence agents deployed to the areas where fleet forces are deployed, counterintelligence support for combat operations with the participation of involved naval assault units, preventing desertion, treason and panic on the part of individual naval personnel. Operational search for enemy agents and accomplices of the occupation authorities. Behind the front work, providing assistance to the command in matters of combat, training of fleet forces and assets, staffing of units, preventing emergency incidents, preserving military secrets and preventing their leakage, as well as monitoring the political and moral state and sentiments of fleet personnel. In addition, employees of the Black Sea Fleet Roxmarsh took part in ensuring the security of the Crimean Conference of the Leaders of the USSR, USA and England 1945. In total, during the war years, the counterintelligence agencies of the Black Sea Fleet identified and detained 44 foreign intelligence agents. The enemy's intelligence services sought to introduce their agents primarily into the units and subunits of the naval marines, since they were the ones who most often came into contact with enemy troops. In addition, these units, unlike the floating personnel of ships that had permanent crews, were more often reorganized and replenished with personnel, including persons who had escaped encirclement, returned from captivity, and called up from territories previously occupied by the enemy. The most difficult period for the Black Sea Fleet was the period 1941-1942, when the fleet forces fought heavy defensive battles with the enemy on the approaches to Odessa and Sevastopol, on the Kerch and Taman peninsulas, and in the Novorossiysk region. With the abandonment of the Crimean coast by Soviet units at the beginning of the Nazis' spring-summer offensive of 1942, the VTK headquarters set the Black Sea Fleet the task of defending the Caucasian coast, including the Caucasian ports of the Black Sea, where the warships of the Black Sea Fleet moved from Sevastopol. In the initial period of the war, the naval counterintelligence officers suffered the most significant losses in personnel during all the years of the Great Patriotic War. During the defense of Sevastopol and the evacuation of Soviet units alone, dozens of employees of the Special Department of the Black Sea Fleet were killed. Losses among professionally trained employees created difficulties in organizing the operational investigative work of naval counterintelligence officers. Numerous documents testify to the scale of naval counterintelligence losses. So in one of these documents, a memo from the head of the Special Department of the Black Sea Fleet N.D. Armolev dated July 19, 1941 on the evacuation of employees of the NKVD Black Sea Fleet from Sevastopol, it is noted, during the period from June 30 to July 3, 56 people were evacuated, 66 employees remained in Sevastopol and took their last battle, defending the city. 440 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 4. D. 561, L. 1317. For example, Junior Lieutenant PM died in the battles for Sevastopol. Sileyev, assistant to the detective officer of the Special Department of the Black Sea Fleet, who, as part of a group of 5 fighters, shot back from the enemy until the last bullet, defending the last stronghold of the city's defense, the Chersonesos Cape. 441. Chersonesos Cape, a cape on the southern coast of Crimea in the west of the Heraklion Peninsula, the extreme southwestern point of Sevastopol. It juts out into the Black Sea. The Kherson lighthouse has been operating on the cape since 1816. In July 1942, the cape became the last point of defense of Sevastopol, an area of fierce fighting. PM. Sileyev died on July 5, 1942. Having destroyed a group of German soldiers, he blew himself up with the last grenade. In honor of the feat of PM, a majestic stele was erected on the shores of Sileyev on the Black Sea coast, and one of the streets of Sevastopol and a city school were named after him. In the first period of the war, Soviet military counterintelligence actively fought against deserters, traitors to the motherland, cowards and alarmists. During the war years, 3,844 cases of desertion were registered in the Black Sea Fleet, of which 2,582 date back to 1941-1942. The fight against desertion included measures to detect the intentions of individual military personnel to leave their unit, conduct defeatist agitation, and set examples of alarmism and cowardice. In total, 4,719 people were detained by barrage detachments in the fleet, of which 4,301 were sent to the command, 290 were arrested and convicted, and the rest were transferred to the prosecutor's office. Over the entire period of the war, 20 deserters were shot in front of the ranks, and a total of 199 people from among the traitors to the motherland, cowards, alarmists and deserters were shot on the battlefield extrajudicially. Most of the executions occurred during the period of heavy fighting during the defense of Odessa and Sevastopol. 442. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, pp. 140-141. The activities of counterintelligence officers of the Black Sea Fleet changed dramatically by the fall of 1943. The rapid advance of Soviet troops necessitated the creation of operational groups of counterintelligence officers which, together with the advancing troops and as part of landing units, entered liberated cities and towns. The task of these groups, which, as a rule, included operatives, search agents, translators, radio operators and escort units, was to identify, search and arrest enemy agents, restore contact with our intelligence officers left behind during the retreat, and capture enemy archives and other trophies. After a change in the strategic position at the front in 1943-1944 in favor of the USSR, ships and units of the Black Sea Fleet enter a wide operational space and actively participate in the liberation of coastal cities, including the main fleet base, Sevastopol. Liberating previously occupied Soviet territories from the Nazi invaders, the Red Army and Navy entered the territory of neighboring European states where sailors of the Black Sea Fleet, together with army units, captured the ports of Salina 443. Salina is a small port city in the eastern part of Romania, located on the Salina arm in the Danube Delta. Constanta 444, Constanta, Romanian. Constanta is the largest seaport in Romania and the second on the Black Sea, a large city in the Dobrudza region and on the Black Sea coast of Romania. The administrative center of the province of Constanta, Varna 445 Varna in 1949-1956 Stalin, is a port city and resort in Bulgaria. The city ranks third in population, a major transport hub and the largest port in the country. Varna is located in northeastern Bulgaria on the Black Sea coast near the border with Romania. And Burgas 446. Burgas is the largest city in southeastern Bulgaria, the administrative center of the community and region of the same name, an important economic and transport center. Located on the western shore of the Burgas Bay of the Black Sea, at the easternmost point of the Burgas lowland, entering liberated cities and naval bases together with the advanced units of the army, the task forces immediately got in touch with agents that had been previously abandoned or abandoned during the war. The information accumulated by the frontline intelligence officers immediately provided a clue to exposing enemy agents who had the task of settling or who did not have time to leave with the retreating units. Positive results in the search for enemy agents were achieved by the use of special search and identification groups, the involvement of converted agents, as well as the filtration procedure in prisoner of war camps. As a result of intelligence and operational activities carried out by the operational groups of the Black Sea Fleet Roxmarsh in the cities of the Black Sea and Azov regions, 190 people were arrested for various reasons, of which 9 turned out to be agents of German and Romanian intelligence. 447, Khristoforov vs. Cheripkov L.P. Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents, M. 2010, pp. 141-142. Military counterintelligence officers managed to capture some enemy documents. So, in Ackerman 448, Ackerman, since 1944, Belgrade-Dnistrovsky is a city on the shore of the Dniester estuary. Administratively, it is a city of regional subordination of the Odessa region of Ukraine, the center of the Belgrade-Dniester region. From 1918 to 1940 as part of Romania, in 1940-1941 as part of the Izmail region of the Ukrainian SSR, in 1941-1944 occupied by Romania, liberated on August 22, 1944. Documents of the local gendarmerie and the chief of the garrison fell into their hands. Familiarization with these documents showed that they were of operational interest, and in the future they were used to search for enemy agents. Counterintelligence officers, on instructions from the command, conducted investigations into the causes of failures in naval operations. Thus, on October 6, 1943, upon returning from a raid operation to shell German military targets in Yalta and Feodosia, Operation Warp, by German aircraft, 3 large warships of the Black Sea Fleet were sunk. The leader Kharkov 449, Kharkov, leader of the Black Sea Fleet destroyers of Project 1, laid down on 10-19-1932 at the slipway of Shipyard No. 189, named after Andrei Martin Nikolaev, launched on 0909-1934, entered the Black Sea Fleet on 10-10-1938, participated in the Great Patriotic War, died on 10-06-1943 as a result of an attack by German aircraft. Displacement 3080 tons, length 127.5 m, speed 43.5 knots. Destroyers Bezposhchadny 450. Bezposhchadny is a destroyer of the Black Sea Fleet of Project 7, laid down at the plant named after. 61 communards in Nikolaev on 05-15-1936, launched on 12-05-1936, entered service on 10-02-1939 and became part of the Black Sea Fleet. During the war he took part in the defense of Odessa and Sevastopol. It has been overhauled several times. On April 3, 1943, the ship was awarded the Order of the Red Banner. Killed on 10-06-1943 during a raid operation to the shores of the Crimea. And Sposobny 451. Sposobny is a destroyer of the Black Sea Fleet of the 7U project, laid down at Plant No. 200, named after. 61 communards in Nikolaev 07-07-1936, laid on 03-07-1939, launched on 09-31-1939. He took part in the Great Patriotic War, defending Odessa and Sevastopol. Died on 10-06-1943 as a result of an attack by German aircraft. Displacement 2404 tons, length 112.5 m, speed 36 knots. Our casualties amounted to 780 sailors, foremen and officers. Among the dead was the detective officer of the smirched Black Sea Fleet, Senior Lieutenant S.P. Vinogradov. On October 9, 1943, the German newspaper Linzmannstädter Zeitung, a copy of which was found by Black Sea counterintelligence officers, published an article entitled "The Last 3 Russian Destroyers Are Victims of German Dive Bombers," where, with the pathos characteristic of German propaganda, it described the death of Soviet ships. From an article in the newspaper, the outstanding success of German dive bombers in the Black Sea, which sank, as previously reported, 3 Russian destroyers, is for the Soviet naval forces in the Black Sea region a sensitive weakening, reducing the already small ability of the enemy to operate on Black Sea. The Russians lost the fastest warships on the Black Sea, as well as their last leader. 452. Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 29. L. 3940. When investigating the causes of this tragedy, representatives of the smirched Black Sea Fleet studied hundreds of documents, interviewed dozens of surviving sailors, as well as members of the fleet's command staff. Materials obtained through intelligence were also used. The investigation revealed major shortcomings in the organization of the operation. In particular, serious criticism was raised by the issues of air cover for the actions of ships and the interaction of command and control bodies of the fleet squadron. Taking into account the results of the investigation and the opinion of naval counterintelligence officers, headquarters prohibited the use of large ships without its permission. In addition, the People's Commissar of the Navy N.G. Kuznetsov was asked to carry out the necessary measures to ensure that shortcomings in the organization of service on surface ships are eliminated as quickly as possible. Their air defense is improved, air cover is strengthened during combat operations, and vigilance is increased when naval personnel are serving. Measures were also taken against the direct culprits of the tragedy. 453. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkovsky, Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, pp. 143-144. The frontline counterintelligence work of the Black Sea Fleet was carried out throughout the Great Patriotic War, but in its initial period, just like in the Baltic, it could not fully solve counterintelligence tasks. In 1941, 19 hastily trained agents were sent behind enemy lines, and in 1942, only 9, with predominantly sabotage purposes. Only starting in 1943 did specially trained agents begin to be deployed behind enemy lines and exclusively for counterintelligence tasks. In January 1943, during the preparation of the landing operation in Novorossiysk, the Special Department of the Black Sea Fleet created 2 operational groups, 6 operatives and 12 Red Navy men, which, with the second echelon of paratroopers, landed on the coast of Tsems Bay 454. Tsems Bay is a bay of the Black Sea near northern part of the Caucasian coast, formed by the Sajhak Spit and Cape Dube. The Tsems River flows into the bay. The groups were tasked with conducting undercover work, as well as capturing employees and documents of German intelligence and counterintelligence agencies, traitors to the motherland and accomplices. During the operational activities, counterintelligence officers managed to detain and arrest 16 people who served with the German occupation authorities, as well as seize some documents from the police and Commandant's Office 455, Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 4, D. 1094, L. 13. In order to improve the special training of persons sent behind enemy lines, a school of frontline intelligence officers was created at the Smersh of the Black Sea Fleet, which was directly subordinate to the head of the counterintelligence department of the NKVMF Smersh of the Black Sea Fleet. The regulations on the training school for frontline agents of the counterintelligence department of the NKVMF Smersh of the Black Sea Fleet, March 1944, defined the main goals and objectives of its creation. 1. The Special School of the Counterintelligence Department of the NKVMF Smersh of the Black Sea Fleet has as its goal the training of qualified counterintelligence agents to work behind enemy lines, selflessly devoted to our motherland and full of irreconcilable hatred of the enemy, capable of carrying out counterintelligence missions under the conditions of the established regime in the occupied territory. 2. The tasks of the Special School of the Counterintelligence Department NKVMF Smersh of the Black Sea Fleet are: A. Organization of educational work that ensures the quality of training of qualified counterintelligence agents of 3 categories. Agents intended for infiltration into enemy intelligence and counterintelligence agencies. Agents intended to organize and carry out acts of sabotage. Radio operators. B. On the basis of selfless devotion to our motherland and irreconcilable hatred of the enemy, instill the basic qualities of a counterintelligence agent: courage, determination, resourcefulness and the ability to navigate in any situation. C. Generalization of materials on the established regime in the occupied territory, samples of documents and rules for their use. At the same time, up to 20 cadets studied at the school, whose training period ranged from 2 months for militant agents to 2.5 months for radio operators. The school has a 12-hour working day, 9 hours of planned classes and 3 hours of independent preparation. The selection of candidates for the school was made mainly from Soviet citizens who lived in the occupied territory and were well acquainted with the area of the planned release. The training program included studying the methods and features of the work of German intelligence and counterintelligence agencies, the fundamentals and methods of conspiracy, methods of conducting external surveillance, recruitment, methods of communication, the basics of topography, as well as small arms and demolition, parachute training and radio business for radio operators. After completing the training course with each agent separately, the task and legend were worked out, in which, according to the decision of the head of the Counterintelligence Department of the NKVMF SMERSH of the Black Sea Fleet, the time and place of the upcoming release of the agent behind enemy lines and the nature of the task were taken into account. 456 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for Saratov region. F14 Op 6 D 124 L 160 to 169. In 1943-1944 12 frontline agents were selected and, after special training in a special school, transferred to enemy lines. They were given the following tasks: infiltration into enemy intelligence agencies and intelligence schools, recruitment of enemy agents, as well as identifying agents scheduled to settle in the ports of the Black Sea coast. 457 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010. p. 147. To solve such problems, the frontline Operation Victory was developed in accordance with the plan. The SMERSH rock of the Black Sea Fleet reasonably assumed that Odessa would be the last of the occupied ports and would inevitably become a gathering place for all naval intelligence agencies, as well as traitors to the motherland and traitors trying to escape justice. Based on this, in order to infiltrate Soviet counterintelligence agents into enemy intelligence agencies stationed in Odessa and identify enemy agents, a group of agents who had completed a special training course at the SMERSH Black Sea Fleet Training School for frontline counterintelligence agents was preparing to be transferred to Odessa. In January 1944, the ROK SMERSH of the Black Sea Fleet transferred to the Odessa region a group consisting of a resident of Gromova, a radio operator of Moskvichev, and an agent Rodner, who were tasked with the operational development of German and Romanian naval intelligence agencies, which together with the retreating German army, they are redeployed to the port cities of the northwestern coast of the Black Sea, to Kherson, Nikolaev and Odessa. Gromova, Moskvichev and Rodner were tasked with conducting reconnaissance and counterintelligence work until the Red Army liberated the city of Odessa and the region. 458 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F14 Op 6 D 125 L 38. After being thrown out, the group managed to successfully legalize in Odessa. In less than 3 months of her stay in occupied Odessa, she identified several German army officers serving in counterintelligence and 7 enemy agents who were later arrested by counterintelligence officers of the Naval Task Force SMERSH. The resident managed to recruit 2 agents behind enemy lines, including a driver who worked for German counterintelligence, and identify 10 former servicemen of the Black Sea Fleet who collaborated with the Romanians. In addition, Gromova personally detained one of the Romanian counterintelligence officers and handed him over, along with valuable documents, to the 1st Army counterintelligence officers to enter Odessa. 459 IBED D 124 L 194-195. The frontline operation, codenamed Forward, was successfully carried out. It involved identifying official employees of the German intelligence agency in Bo and conducting recruitment of enemy agents in Nikolaev. In February 1944, the frontline agents Yastrib and Grozny penetrated into the occupied city. Hawk, using his pre-war connections, got a job as a translator for the water police. He managed to identify 8 agents of the NBO unit. Due to the fact that the water police were preparing to be transferred from Nikolaev, the Yastrib, transferred to the merchant fleet, was evacuated to Odessa, where it continued to work until the Soviet troops entered the city in April 1944. 460 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F14 Op 6 D 125 L 135-139. In turn, important information obtained by Agent Grozny was used in the search activities of the Smersh of the Black Sea Fleet and in the bodies of the NKGB of the USSR. The transfer of agents Zverev and Granatov to Odessa was successful in February and March 1944, respectively. Zverev, having successfully legalized himself, got a job as a dispatcher at the Odessa port. The result of his activities was the identification of 20 agents of German naval intelligence. 3 enemy agents were soon arrested, the rest were put on the wanted list. Granatov was faced with the task of organizing sabotage at the Odessa shipyard. After studying the environment, he managed to create a group that, through various tricks, missed the repair deadlines for German warships and merchant ships 461 IBED, D. 124, L. 195-196, in preparation for the entry of Soviet troops into the territory of Romania. 2 more frontline operations were planned under the code names Cyclone and Wind, which did not materialize due to the rapid advance of the Red Army. The forces of the Black Sea Fleet, Vice Admiral L.A. Vladimirsky, participated in the Kirk-Eltagen landing operation, carried out from October 31 to December 11, 1943 by troops of the North Caucasus Front, 56th Army, 18th Army, 4th Air Army, and the forces of the Azov military flotilla with the goal of capturing the eastern part of the Kirk Peninsula and creating conditions for the liberation of Crimea. 278 ships and vessels took part in the operation. The landing of auxiliary troops, 318th Infantry Division and 255th Marine Brigade, was carried out in the Eltagen area in stormy weather. The bridgehead at Eltagen was blocked by the main enemy forces but was held by Soviet troops until December 7, which allowed the main landing forces to successfully land northeast of Kirk and capture an important bridgehead, which was held until the start of the Crimean Operation, April 8-May 12, 1944, in which the forces of the Black Sea Fleet and the Azov flotilla also participated. By the beginning of the Crimean strategic offensive operation, the German naval forces in the Black Sea consisted of 3 destroyers, 10 gunboats, 3 destroyers, 14 submarines, 6 German, 3 Romanian and 5 Italian babies, 34 submarine hunter boats, up to 40 torpedo boats, 5 minesweepers, about 180 minesweeper boats, up to 60 fast landing barges and other auxiliary vessels. The enemy's naval forces were based at the ports of Crimea, Sevastopol, Feodosia, Sudak, Kirk, Yalta, Constanta, Salina, Romania, Varna, Bulgaria. By April 1944, the Black Sea Fleet and the Azov flotilla included 1 battleship, 4 cruisers, 6 destroyers, 2 patrol ships, 8 basic minesweepers, 47 torpedo and 80 patrol boats, 34 armored boats, 26 submarines, 3 gunboats and other auxiliary vessels. The Black Sea Fleet Air Force consisted of 650 aircraft. The Black Sea Fleet was based at the naval bases of Batumi, Poti, Achamchira, Tuapse, Gelendzhik, Novorossiysk. The fleet headquarters was located in the Novorossiysk Naval Base 462, Vitkoevi. The Black Sea Fleet in the Crimean Strategic Offensive Operation April 8-May 12, 1944 Crimea in the history of Russia. To the 70th anniversary of liberation, 1944-2014. Materials of the Military Historical Conference, May 28, 2014, Sevastopol, M. Research Institute of Military History of the War General Staff of the Armed Forces of Russia, 2014, p. 43. According to naval counterintelligence data, the quality of the Black Sea Fleet was low. Of all the ships of the squadron, only the cruisers Vroshelov and Krasnikov caused the destroyers Subrezetlny, Bodry, Zheleznyakov and the patrol ship Storm were combat ready. By April 1, 1944, 12 of the 26 submarines were actually combat ready. On most submarines, the newly appointed personnel had not yet had time to undergo combat coordination. By the beginning of the operation, about 50% of the torpedo boats were under repair. On April 11, the Supreme High Command Headquarters set the Black Sea Fleet the task of systematically disrupting enemy communications in the Black Sea, with the main task being the disruption of communications with Crimea. For these purposes, it was prescribed to use submarines, bomber and mine torpedo aircraft, and in close communications, bomber attack aircraft and torpedo boats. For operations on enemy communications during the Crimean offensive operation, significant forces of the Black Sea Fleet were allocated. The 1st Brigade of torpedo boats operated on communications along the southern coast of Crimea and in unprotected roadsteads. The 2nd Brigade of torpedo boats destroyed vehicles on communications Sevastopol, Constanta and in the ports of Akhmeshet and Evpatoria. During the Crimean operation, torpedo boats made 268 boat trips to search and destroy convoys. The submarine brigade operated from bases in Poti, Achamchiri and Tuapse and, in cooperation with aviation, destroyed enemy transport and watercraft along its communications in the northwestern part of the Black Sea. Submarines made 20 trips to the area between the ports of Crimea and the ports of Romania and Bulgaria. During the days of the most intense movement of enemy watercraft, 7 to 9 submarines were simultaneously operating in positions. The main striking force was the aviation of the Black Sea Fleet. Of the 650 combat aircraft of the fleet available by April 1, 1944, 406 bomber and torpedo aircraft were allocated for the operation. The bases for 154 aircraft were airfields in Tavria, Skadovsk, Sokologorno, Iskrovka, 252 aircraft, airfields in the Gelendzhik and Taman region. The main method of using Black Sea Fleet aviation in operations against enemy communications was to launch group strikes on ships and transport vessels during their passage in the ports of Sevastopol, Feodosia, Kekatlama, Sudak, and against enemy troops in the Armyansk, Ishan, Karkaria, and laying magnetic mines on the approaches to Salina and Sevastopol. In total, during the Crimean operation in April-May 1944, Black Sea Fleet aviation carried out 6,323 sorties. Black Sea Fleet aviation sank or permanently disabled 8 enemy transport ships, an anti-submarine ship, 2 lighters, 3 tugs, a mothership, several dozen different small tonnage vessels, lighters, signers and motorboats. In addition, several dozen warships and auxiliary vessels were damaged. During the Crimean operation, counterintelligence officers of the Black Sea Fleet identified shortcomings in combat operations and informed the command about this so that measures could be taken. For example, naval counterintelligence officers provided information about the shortage of fuel for torpedo boats and fleet aviation, about the shortcomings in logistics support for fleet aviation groups. For example, by April 8, at the airfields in Tavria there were only 12 air torpedoes for the entire 2nd Mine Torpedo Air Division, 23 torpedo bomber aircraft, and the available fuel reserves could only provide 3 refuelings. According to naval counterintelligence data, the technical condition of the submarines was very poor. The indicated deficiencies in combat readiness were eliminated by the Fleet Command, which made it possible to increase the efficiency of the Black Sea Fleet forces. As a result of the Crimean operation, Crimea was liberated and favorable conditions were created for an attack on the Balkans. Red Army troops fought for the liberation of Romania for about 7 months, from the end of March to October 30, 1944. The IRC Kishinev Operation, August 2029, 1944, which was carried out by troops of the 2nd and 3rd Ukrainian fronts in cooperation with the forces of the Black Sea Fleet and the Danube military flotilla, was of decisive importance in achieving this goal. In August 1944, Soviet troops with the assistance of ships and units of the Black Sea Fleet entered Romania. Due to the fact that the hostilities moved to the territory of a foreign state, the fleet's counterintelligence officers were tasked with conducting operational search work under new conditions. It was necessary to protect the locations of warships and fleet units from penetration by enemy agents, to exclude possible sabotage and terrorist actions against Soviet military personnel, to identify and prevent facts of desertion of Soviet military personnel, to search for traitors and traitors to the motherland, accomplices of the occupiers who fled during the retreat of enemy troops from temporarily occupied territories of the Soviet Union. Soviet counterintelligence officers stationed in Romania took into account the fact that on the territory of this foreign state, in addition to the German and Romanian intelligence agencies, the intelligence services of other states, England, the USA, were also active. In order to effectively conduct an operational search, the operational groups of the Black Sea Fleet Roxmarsh on the territory of Romania actively used the wanted lists of agents of enemy intelligence agencies and their official employees compiled by the NKGB of the USSR and the Roxmarsh NPO. These lists were compiled based on the testimony of exposed enemy agents, information received from the NKVD, NKGB operational groups operating behind enemy lines, as well as through careful study and analysis of captured documents. The Red Army Command announced the registration of all Soviet citizens in Romania who were forcibly abducted or captured by Romanian or German troops. For this purpose, special collection points were organized. By agreement with the Army Command and employees of the Smersh Counterintelligence Directorate of the NPO, representatives of Naval Counterintelligence conducted a state check filtration of captured Soviet sailors. In total, counterintelligence operational groups in Romania carried out state inspections against 2,676 people, of which 23 people were arrested on suspicion of committing crimes. 463, Khristoforov vs. Cheripkov P. Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents, M. 2010, p. 150. As a result of military diplomatic efforts, on September 12, 1944, an armistice agreement was signed in Moscow between the USSR, USA and Great Britain on the one hand and Romania on the other. The agreement stated that from 4 o'clock on August 24, 1944, Romania completely ceased military operations against the USSR, withdrew from the war against the United Nations, broke off relations with Nazi Germany and its satellites, entered the war on the side of the Allied powers in order to restore its independence and sovereignty. The liberation of Romania was achieved at the cost of great sacrifices. From March to October 1944, over 286,000 Soviet soldiers shed their blood on Romanian soil, of which 69,000 people died. During the fighting, Soviet troops lost 2,083 guns and mortars, 2,249 tanks and self-propelled artillery units and 528 aircraft. The losses of Romanian troops in the fight against the Nazis from August 23 to October 30 amounted to more than 58.3 thousand people killed, wounded and missing. 464. History of the Second World War 1939-1945, in 12 volumes, M. 1978, t. 9, p. 118. During the liberation of Romania and the complete expulsion of the Germans from its territory, the Smersh bodies of the Second and Third Ukrainian fronts received more accurate data on the structure of the Romanian special services and the locations of subordinate units, the names of 17 leaders and information about their cooperation with German and British intelligence agencies were established. In addition, Romanian stations, safe houses of Romanian intelligence and agents left to settle were identified. Soviet counterintelligence obtained various office documents from the Romanian intelligence services, with the help of which agents of the Romanian and German intelligence services were identified and detained. In September 1944, units of the Red Army entered Bulgaria. The ships of the Black Sea Fleet occupied the naval bases of Varna and Burgas. The operational search work of Soviet counterintelligence officers on the territory of Bulgaria was carried out according to the methodology already worked out in Romania, including operational search, along with the search and detention of agents and employees of the enemy special services, traitors and accomplices. The SMERSH operational groups were engaged in the operational development of emigrant organizations. MRO NTSNP 465 NTSNP is one of the names of the People's National Labor Union, a political party of Russian emigration. NTS was created in 1930 in Belgrade. At the Second Congress, held in 1932, the name of the union was changed. From that moment it became known as the People's Labor Union of the New Generation. The union set as its goal the fight for the overthrow of the communist system in Russia, and during the Second World War it actively collaborated with the Nazis. Since 1943, the organization began to be called the National Labor Union, then the People's Labor Union. Black Shirts, a branch of the Russian Fascist Union, etc. As a result of operational search activities carried out by counterintelligence task forces in Bulgaria, 18 people were arrested who were handed over to investigative authorities. Based on data obtained by counterintelligence operational investigative groups conducting counterintelligence activities in naval bases abroad and their surroundings, filtering former Soviet prisoners of war, mainly military sailors, the SMERSH ROC of the Black Sea Fleet opened over 200 investigation cases against enemy agents and traitors. Homeland and Traitors 466, Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 150. In January-February 1945, the SMERSH missile launcher of the NKVMF and the SMERSH missile launcher of the Black Sea Fleet took part in ensuring the security of the Crimean Conference of the leaders of the USSR, USA and England 467, Yalta Conference 1945, the second meeting of the leaders of the country's anti-Hitler coalition, USSR, USA and Great Britain during the Second World War. The conference was held at the Livadia Palace in Crimea from 0 to 04/11/1945. It discussed issues of the post-war structure of Germany, the future of Poland, the Balkans, and issues of reparations. The ideology of the United Nations was also formed. After the liberation of Crimea from the German and Romanian occupiers in the summer of 1944, almost all the buildings of sanatoriums, cultural and educational institutions, museums and palaces were looted and dilapidated. During the occupation, they housed German holiday homes and headquarters of military units. Retreating, the occupiers stole all the furnishings, removed and took with them furniture, paintings, carpets, valuable sculptures. They even stripped material from the walls of the palaces, removed copper objects, including door handles and latches. 468, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F. 4OS, Op. 3, D. 29, L. 2528, F. 4, Op. 3, D. 2518, L. 13. In order to inspect the buildings of the Yalta region and determine their suitability for holding the conference on January 3, 1945, two deputy People's Commissars of Internal Affairs of the USSR (SN) went to Crimea, Kruglov and L.B. Safrazian. At the same time, the head of the Second Counterintelligence went to Crimea. 469, Second Directorate of the NKGB of the USSR, the largest unit in the system of the People's Commissariat of State Security, formed in April 1943 on the basis of the former Second Counterintelligence, Third Secret Political and Economic Counterintelligence work at industrial and agricultural facilities departments, as well as the Third Special Department, searches, arrests and surveillance of the NKVD of the USSR. Head, P.V. Fedotov, Directorate of the NKGB. P.V. Fedotov, who was supposed to organize counterintelligence security for the Crimean Conference. On January 6, Kruglov conveyed to Moscow via HF communication L. Beria that of all that they inspected, the following could be suitable for holding a conference, subject to repairs. The former sanatorium Livadia, located 4 km from Yalta, 3-story building, 50 rooms. The Vorontsov-Dashkov Palace Museum, a 2-story stone building with a total area of 1,750 square meters with a basement, a main exit to the sea and an entrance. The Shuvalovsky building and 2 clinic buildings, and the former Yusupov Palace, a 3-story stone building. A positive factor in choosing these particular buildings was that they were located at a distance of 21 to 10 km from each other and were connected by a highway 470, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F, 4OS, OP, 3, D, 29, L, 2528, F, 4, OP, 3, D, 2511, L. 16. The disadvantage was that in Crimea there was no necessary building materials, coal, furniture, dishes, bedding, and their delivery to the peninsula. Mountain roads, rain, fog, icing on passes was a difficult task. Stalin set the deadline for all buildings and premises to be ready by January 27. Safrosian was appointed responsible for carrying out repair work on all 3 facilities. Fedotov and Lieutenant General Petrov, NKVD, were appointed responsible for organizing counterintelligence work, guarding the facilities and the route. General management is entrusted to Kruglov. The Livadia Palace was chosen to host the American delegation. The conference was also planned to be held there. The Soviet delegation, the Yusupov Palace. The English delegation, the Vorontsov Palace. Already by January 6, 2,200 workers had been transferred to Crimea. 1,200 people began repair and restoration work in the Livadia Palace. 649 in the Yusupov Palace. 351 in the Vorontsov Palace. At each site, a commandant was appointed from among the senior counterintelligence officers who was responsible for the security of the site, as well as the heads of construction sites and those responsible for the equipment of the sites, who together arrived to Kruglov at 24 hours every day with a report on the construction work done over the past day. First of all, the builders repaired the heating system and began drying out the buildings. For these purposes, Glavsnebuegal transported 500 tons of high-quality coal and 100 tons of coke to Yalta by sea, and Glavsosnob allocated 1,500 cubic meters of firewood from local resources. The People's Commissariat of Defense sent 100 trucks with the necessary service personnel and fuel to Crimea, and also transferred 600 wounded from the buildings in Livadia to other hospitals in Crimea within 2 days. Furniture, carpets, rugs, kitchen utensils and expensive sets and, of course, food were sent from Moscow in trains to Crimea. To provide food, stocks of livestock, game, gastronomic, grocery, fruit, confectionery and drinks have been created on site. Delivery of various livestock, game, fresh fish, wines, fruits and other products from nearby areas has been organized. A special bakery with qualified bakery workers has been equipped. Fresh fish fishing is organized on site. On January 8, heating of all facilities began 471. From January 24, the temperature in all main buildings and utility rooms of all facilities was maintained at a temperature of 16 to 18 degrees. 2 power plants with a capacity of 60 kilowatts were delivered to each of them. Construction began on a bomb shelter designed to protect against a direct hit from a 500 kg bomb. 472, 50 tons of cement were brought in for the construction of the bomb shelter. C. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F. 4OS. OP. 3. D. 29. L. 2930. By January 12, furniture was delivered and unpacked to all facilities. Carpets and paintings were prepared for hanging. All tableware, kitchen utensils and bed linen were delivered and prepared for use. On January 25, a complete blackout regime was introduced, and preparations were made for local air defense. Simultaneously with the repair and restoration work, counterintelligence work began on the Crimean Peninsula. The first step was the organization of interaction between counterintelligence, intelligence and operational units of various departments NKGB, NKVD, NCO, NKVMF located on the territory of Crimea. NKGB and NKVD of the Crimean Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic, the main Directorate of Counterintelligence (GUKR), SMERSH NPO, the Counterintelligence Department SMERSH Separate Primorsky Army, Counterintelligence Directorate (CDC), SMERSH of the NKVMF, Counterintelligence Department SMERSH of the Black Sea Fleet, Counterintelligence Department SMERSH of the NKVD. The counterintelligence officers were tasked with ensuring the safety of ships, including foreign ones, in the Sevastopol naval base, the Yalta port, the Sochi airfield and aircraft based there, including foreign ones, as well as organizing counterintelligence work and introducing a strict administrative regime throughout territory of Crimea. It was important to ensure the timely receipt of reliable information from all counterintelligence units about real or potential threats to the security of the conference and, most importantly, to prevent sabotage and terrorist actions in Crimea or any emergency incidents that could have a negative impact on the general atmosphere of the international forum. The set of coordinated organizational and counterintelligence measures to prepare and ensure the security of the Crimean Conference was named Operation Valley, the results of which were regularly reported personally to Stalin. To eliminate parallelism in the work of numerous counterintelligence units, the entire area where the conference was planned to be held was divided into 5 operational sectors: 473, Central Asia FSB of Russia, F4OS, OP 3D 29, L 5960. In each sector, a leader was appointed from among high-ranking counterintelligence or NKVD officers. The first sector provided security for the Sochi airfield, Simferopol section. The head of the sector was the Deputy People's Commissar of State Security of Crimea Kadeev. Second sector, Simferopol, People's Commissar of Internal Affairs of Crimea Sergyenko. Third sector, Simferopol, Alashta, People's Commissar of State Security of Crimea Fokin. Fourth sector, Alashta, Yalta, Bedauer Gates, Deputy Head of the 4th Department of the NKGB Caucasus. Fifth sector, Bedri, Sevastopol, People's Commissar of State Security of the Abkhaz Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic Gagwa. The area of responsibility of each operational sector covered territories adjacent to highways within a radius of 20 kilometers. More than 70 experienced leaders and employees of counterintelligence units, as well as several dozen leading and most experienced operational employees of the GUKR and the GUKR NKVMF, came to P. Fedotov's disposal from the central apparatus of the NKGB of the USSR. By January 15, about 800 counterintelligence officers with experience in undercover and operational investigative work arrived in Crimea from the Georgian SSR, Kabyrdyan Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic, North Ossetia, Krasnodar and Stavropol territories, Rostov and Grozny regions. All of them were immediately distributed into sectors and began to work without delay. Counterintelligence and internal affairs officers were tasked with cleaning up areas, cities and towns adjacent to the highway from anti-Soviet and suspicious elements, paying special attention to cleaning up Simferopol, Yalta, Alashta, Gurzev, Livadia, Koris, Simis, Alapka, Sevastopol and Sochi. By January 18, all prisoners of war who were in areas adjacent to the Simferopol-Yalta-Sevastopol highway were removed. From January 20, fishing vessels and boats were prohibited from going to sea in the coastal zone from Yalta to Simis. By this day, the cleaning up of the area was largely completed. Arrests were carried out of active anti-Soviet elements, removal from the zone of special facilities and settlements in the area of the route of those contingents for whom, although there were no sufficient grounds for arrest, they were suspicious for anti-Soviet work and connections with intelligence agencies' enemy. Such suspicious persons were sent on business trips, called up for forced labor, summoned to the recruiting centers of the district military registration and enlistment offices and detained there until the end of the conference. The 87th Division and penal units of sailors were temporarily relocated outside the protected zone. Each sector introduced its own pass system, which had not only its own security system but also its own signs of forgery, easily detected by knowledgeable counterintelligence officers. In the cities of Yalta, Sevastopol, Saki, Srabas, Alashta, Alapka, Balaklava and Bakhchisaare, a strict administrative regime was introduced. Widespread document checks were carried out, especially in crowded places. At train stations, markets, entertainment venues. 474, KFSB of Russia, F4, Op. 3, D. 2515, L. 1324, 3233, D. 2518, L. 4849. All settlements were units of German and Romanian intelligence agencies, and enemy intelligence schools were stationed during the occupation of Crimea were under the control of counterintelligence officers. Simferopol, the village of Tavel in the Simferopol region, the city of Evpatoria and the village of Simis. Naval counterintelligence took into account the fact that in the ports of Sevastopol and Yalta there were foreign ships delivering cargo, food, equipment, communications equipment, as well as Allied warships providing sea surveillance of the flights of US and British Air Force aircraft. 475 IBED, D. 2513, L. 3244. The Black Sea Fleet Ardismarsh was responsible for ensuring the reception of foreign vessels and ships, organizing the access system and other activities related to the movement of delivered cargo and personnel, as well as the procedure and organization of the release of foreign sailors ashore. In this regard, the department was assigned the following tasks. 1. Prevention of possible attempts to illegally transfer and leave agents of foreign intelligence agencies in the port and city. 2. Identification of intelligence officers who arrived as part of the teams of foreign ships and paralysis of their activities. 3. Preventing incoming teams from being influenced by a hostile element. Prevent possible provocative anti-Soviet manifestations. 476 IBED, L. 4041. By agreement with the command of the Black Sea Fleet, a hard regime of going ashore was established, as a rule, only in an organized manner. In total, during the entire period, 1,566 Americans and 421 Englishmen went ashore, 43 people with one-time passes. The shore leave of foreign sailors was of an official nature. Excursions, organized viewings of films, attendance at concerts, official meetings of enlisted personnel and officers. Each group of excursionists was accompanied by an operational officer of the Fleet Counterintelligence Department, and a visit to the Black Sea Fleet officer's house was provided in accordance with a specially developed operational plan. During the entire period that the foreigners were on shore while on leave, no incidents or provocative actions were recorded. 477 Central Asia FSB of Russia, F4, Op. 3, D. 2513, L. 40. Counterintelligence officers of the Black Sea Fleet identified several official employees of the intelligence and counterintelligence agencies of the United States and Great Britain, who were under constant intelligence and official surveillance, but no suspicious actions were noticed on their part. 478 IBED, L. 15. Using the presence of American and British transports and warships in the ports of Crimea, employees of the Black Sea Fleet Counterintelligence Department collected intelligence information about new equipment and weapons on Allied warships. Thus, one of the reports describes in detail the technical characteristics and condition of a foreign ship, navigation equipment and weapons, crew composition, relationships between crew members, and professional training. In military units stationed in Sevastopol, Balaklava. 479. Balaklava is a settlement located on the southwestern coast of the Crimean Peninsula, a popular Crimean resort. Balaklava is a city with a centuries-old history. It is mentioned in the works of ancient Greek and Roman authors. At the end of the 18th century, became part of the Russian Empire. Until 1957, it had the status of a city. Currently it is part of the Balaklava district of Sevastopol. Yalta, Saki. 480. Saki is a city in Crimea, located on the western coast of the Crimean Peninsula, 45 km from the Black Sea, 45 km from Simferopol. a famous balneological and mud resort, and the village of Srabas 481. The village of Srabas, since 1948 Kadrovai, is an abolished village in the Simferopol region of Crimea. In 1958, by decision of the Crimean Regional Council, it was included in the village of Ukramnoy. It was first mentioned in 1706. It was inhabited predominantly by the Tatar population. The operational staff of the Naval Counterintelligence worked according to an enhanced version of the service. Particular attention was paid to counterintelligence work in 3 separate construction battalions, an engineer battalion and a labor battalion, staffed by conscripts who arrived for service from the territory of the previously occupied regions of Moldova and western Ukraine. The work of the operational staff in these and other parts of the fleet was directed mainly to study the personnel, in order to timely identify and prevent possible active manifestations of the anti-Soviet element and, first of all, terrorists and saboteurs. As a result of operational search activities on the eve of the Crimean Conference, several German intelligence agents were identified and arrested, in particular the BSHSH, a Black Sea Fleet serviceman who was trained at the Simis Intelligence School of German Naval Intelligence IBO. According to his testimony, a search was organized for 10 more agents who graduated from the same intelligence school. 482 Central Asia FSB of Russia, F4, Op. 3, D. 2513, L. 33. In the process of search work, employees of the Smershrock of the Black Sea Fleet independently conducted one raid and took part in 2 raids conducted through the city departments of the NKVD and NKGB. It should be noted that the raids did not produce results in finding enemy agents. However, several servicemen of the Black Sea Fleet who were on unauthorized absences were detained. 483 IBED, L. 2. One of the areas of work of Soviet counterintelligence was the fight against anti-Soviet propaganda among military personnel and civilian Navy personnel. According to statistical data, in February 1945, 42 people were identified who made anti-Soviet statements, of which 8 people were arrested. As indicated in the memorandum to the Deputy People's Commissar of Internal Affairs of the USSR Kruglov dated February 14, 1945, the Smersh Counterintelligence Department of the Black Sea Fleet exercised control over the ongoing special measures to prepare the Sevastopol and Yalta ports and the Sochi airfield for the reception of foreign ships and aircraft, with the task of identifying shortcomings and their immediate elimination through the command. The intelligence apparatus was aimed in this direction, and personnel control was organized on the part of the operational staff by visiting sites and checking on the spot. 484 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F4, Op. 3, D. 2513, L. 38. To ensure the safety of the Sevastopol naval base, control trawling of the fairway and the entrance to the bay was carried out twice. In addition, under the direct control of employees of the Counterintelligence Department, navigation equipment, firefighting and diving equipment was put in order and in full readiness, and security of the water area was strengthened. As a result of the intervention of the Smershrock of the Black Sea Fleet, anti-aircraft artillery was strengthened to cover the Sevastopol naval base by transferring an air defense regiment from Poti. An operational group of 4 department employees sent to Yalta took control of trawling the port water area, repairing berths and piers. Operational search activities to ensure the readiness of the Sochi airfield were carried out by a counterintelligence task force consisting of 17 people. Under the control of the naval counterintelligence officers, air defense systems were put on alert, reliable protection of weapons and ammunition was ensured. 7 people were identified and seized in order to clear parts of the Sochi garrison from anti-Soviet elements by transferring to other units. 485 IBED, L. 40. To ensure the safety of personnel and prevent leakage of information through the command line, a special regime of discipline was established in military units. The dismissal of personnel to the city was prohibited. Due to official needs, privates and non-commissioned officers were sent away from their places of deployment only in teams led by officers. 17 military personnel from the construction and engineering units of the fleet were decommissioned to units stationed outside Crimea, and 24 civilian employees were dismissed. Fleet counterintelligence officers identified a number of violations of the storage regime for personnel, small arms, ammunition, explosives, and the storage procedure for artillery reserves, including on the destroyers Letachi, Lavki, Legki, Nizamaznik, and Badri. All identified deficiencies were reported to the command of the Black Sea Fleet Squadron, which immediately took measures to eliminate them. A memo dated February 14, 1945, sent to Moscow, noted that in the 2nd Brigade of submarines, 18 combat torpedoes were located on the shore 10 meters from the submarine parking lot without security. At our insistence, all torpedoes were delivered to a warehouse in Sevastopol. In the same brigade, rifles and machine guns were stored in an open room next to the personnel quarters without any security. At our request, a special warehouse for weapons and ammunition was equipped and security was restored. 486 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F4 Op 3 D 2513 L 38. In addition, during the checks, naval counterintelligence officers seized 38 non-service pistols of various systems and 12 machine guns. Identified shortcomings were immediately eliminated through the Military Council of the Black Sea Fleet, and those responsible for the violation were brought to justice. In total, counterintelligence and internal affairs agencies carried out 287 raids, document checks on trains, at stations and station villages. 67,267 people were checked. 324 people were detained and 197 people were arrested. Employees of state security and internal affairs bodies seized 267 rifles, 1 machine gun, 43 machine guns, 49 pistols, 283 grenades and 4,186 rounds of ammunition. 487 IBED D 2515 L 1324. From January 9 to 25, all 3 palaces and the adjacent territory were carefully examined by sappers of the 118th Guards Yalta Separate Sapper Battalion of the Separate Primorsky Army, miners of the 355th Separate Engineering Battalion of the Black Sea Fleet, and miners of the Crimean Air Defense Forces. They found no traces of time bombs or surprise mines, but found 43 artillery shells, 9 hand grenades, 8 mortar mines, 21 bouncing mines and 1 rocket. 488 IBED D 2518 L 106. For counterintelligence work on sections of the route: Saki, Simferopol, Alashta, Yalta, Alapka, Sevastopol, Simferopol. Special operational groups were created, which included 784 operational employees of the NKGB and NKVD of the Crimean Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic. 489. Since January 15, operational groups have been conducting counterintelligence work in populated areas along the route. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F4 Op 3 D 2515 L 2729. To protect the route, military groups were prepared, which were sent to the designated points a day before the passage of the protected persons, and immediately set up posts to guard bridges and other road structures, as well as organize patrols of the route on motorcycles, check the forest areas adjacent to the route, conductors with official dogs. On sections of the Yalta-Simis highway, patrols were carried out and documents were checked for all persons, including transport drivers. Persons who did not have documents, as well as suspicious persons, were detained. For the military guard of the route, 1,185 soldiers were selected from the 298th Novorossiysk Regiment of the NKVD troops and the Crimean Border Detachment, based on 40 people per 1 km. 2 hours before the convoy with protected persons passed, an additional 55 motorcyclists and 30 service dogs were deployed along the route. An hour before the passage of vehicles with protected persons, military posts were set up in cities and towns. After the column had passed, the military guards were immediately removed, leaving only the guards of the bridges. 2 days before the arrival of the protected persons in Crimea, the lower road to Yalta was closed and checkpoints were set up at the exit from Simferopol, Alashta and Yalta. From the same time until the end of the conference, the movement of the population from the southern coast to the interior regions of Crimea was completely stopped, including persons who had completed treatment in hospitals and military sanatoriums, as well as persons going on business trips. For the entire duration of the protected persons' stay at special facilities, travel and passage were closed for all persons not related to security and maintenance, from the fork of the lower and upper roads to Alapka inclusive. To protect the palaces, operational groups were formed from counterintelligence officers and internal affairs agencies, which were placed at the disposal of the commandants of the facilities and conducted physical, covert and fire protection of special facilities. Counterintelligence work surrounded by the Yusupov and Livadia palaces was carried out by 100 operational employees each and by 60 employees in the Vorontsov palace. Around each object, a guard of NKVD troops was placed in 2 rings, and with the onset of darkness, a 3rd ring was posted on the outer perimeter of the object. In total, about 1,000 military personnel of the NKVD troops and more than 50 service dogs took part in the military protection. Checkpoints were set up at the entry gates, consisting of 3 counterintelligence officers, 2 military officers and an interpreter. Experienced counterintelligence officers and translators arrived from Moscow to Crimea to work with foreign delegations. Equally important was the organization of food, accommodation and service for high-ranking guests. To solve this problem, counterintelligence officers in Moscow and Leningrad hotels and restaurants, Metropole, National, Savoy, Aragvi, Moscow, Grand Hotel, Oktyabrskaya, Astoria, etc., selected and tested more than 200 people from among the service personnel, directors of hotels and restaurants, chefs, cooks, pastry chefs, heads of buffet departments, waiters, bartenders, dishwashers, kitchen workers, doormen, maids, housewives, plumbers, electricians. 490, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F4, Op. 3, D. 2518, L. 2729. For Stalin's trip from Moscow to Crimea, a special train was prepared and a security system was developed. Operational military security was organized along the route, for which the following were involved: 679 employees of transport state security agencies, 7 mobile operational search groups, 35 people, 1078 railway police workers, 2,691 military personnel of the NKVD troops for the protection of railways. Every kilometer of the route was patrolled by a pair of military personnel from the NKVD railway troops, on the initiative and with the direct participation of the operational staff of the NKVD, NKGB and counterintelligence agencies. SMERSH thorough inspection, repair and putting in proper order of railways, stations, ports and airfields, and clearing them of rubbish and scrap was carried out. On the Simferopol-Sevastopol section, which was in disrepair, 2 battalions of the NKVD railway troops were allocated to repair the track and artificial structure. Along the railway track, the following were collected and removed: 896 wagons of ammunition, 1,203 cars of broken locomotives, carriages and other scrap metal. In addition, due to the special danger, 78 tons of ammunition and explosives were blown up on site. On the initiative of counterintelligence officers, ammunition was completely removed from the artillery ammunition depot of the main artillery directorate in Kono. 3217, located 900 meters southwest of the Jongkoi station. 547 wagons of ammunition of various types, as well as the ammunition depot of the Black Sea Fleet, located 200 meters northwest of Warehouse No. 3,217, 200 wagons of large caliber aerial bombs, 491, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F4, Op. 3, D. 2514, p. 6. Bob. One of the important elements in the work of counterintelligence officers was the coordination of the activities of the relevant units of the NKVMF, NKGB, UKSMRSH of the NKVMF and OKSMRSH of the Black Sea Fleet in ensuring the reception of foreign ships and vessels working with foreign crews, the procedure for transmitting information to them, organizing the access system and other activities related to the movement of delivered goods and personnel. The main base of the Black Sea Fleet, Sevastopol, became the main port for receiving foreign ships. This was primarily due to the fact that due to weather conditions, the docking of ships in the port of Yalta was impossible. In the 20th of January, the American steamship Khristoforov was expected to arrive in Sevastopol with equipment and service personnel to maintain direct radio communication between Roosevelt and Washington. The head of the American Maritime Section of the U.S. Embassy in Moscow, Rear Admiral Olson, asked to be informed of the ship's meeting point, to organize assistance with tugboats for entering the port, to provide the opportunity to use a barge for unloading property and several vehicles if the ship was in the roadstead. The Americans were given a nautical map with the full situation marked on it: meeting point, dangerous areas, trawled fairways, sunken ships, dangerous zones in the Sevastopol Yalta area, as well as a list of operating navigation lights and beacons for the same area, indicating that passage along these fairways is carried out under the escort of pilots. 492, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F4OS, Op. 3, D. 29, L. 3156. The Americans intended to carry out trawling of the waters in the area of Sevastopol and Yalta on their own. For these purposes, on January 20, they sent 4 American minesweepers from Palermo to the Black Sea. However, the People's Commissar of the USSR Navy, Admiral Kuznetsov, stated that trawling in Soviet waters was carried out by the USSR Navy. Nevertheless, to ensure safety, a repeated controlled trawling of the fairway and the entrance to the bay was carried out. The arriving employees of the SMERSH Criminal Investigation Department of the NKVMF and employees of the SMERSH Counterintelligence Department of the Black Sea Fleet personally came out to check the fairway on several occasions. On January 30, the English steamship Fan Courier arrived in Sevastopol. According to the head of the naval section of the British military mission in Moscow, Rear Admiral Archan, which he passed on to Admiral N.G. Kuznetsov, this ship was intended to organize direct radio communication between Churchill and London, and also as a place of residence for part of the British delegation and service personnel. 493. There were 825 people on board the Fan Courier, 29 officers, 404 crew members, 392 passengers, as well as 49 trucks and an amphibious vehicle. C. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F4OS, Op. 3, D. 29, L. 3941, F4, Op. 3, D. 2513, L. 7. The Saki airfield, which had 2 concrete runways 1,400 and 1,000 meters long, was chosen to receive foreign aircraft. Srabas was chosen as an alternate airfield. In addition, in case fog closes the main and alternate airfields, the airfields of the Black Sea Fleet, Gelendzhik, Odessa, Nikolaev and Krimskaya, and the Red Army Air Force airfields of Kacha and Zaporizhzhia are additionally prepared to receive aircraft. Airfields were cleaned, runways were repaired, air navigation equipment and meteorological services and communications were checked and prepared. Maintenance personnel were selected and staffed means were prepared to ensure a possible night launch, and reserves of fuel and lubricants were created. 494. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F4OS, Op. 3, D. 29, L. 2324, 66. Counterintelligence officers also had their eye on the preparation of air defense for the Yalta-Simis region. The following were concentrated in this area: 76 medium-caliber guns, 120 small caliber anti-aircraft artillery guns, 99 DSHK anti-aircraft machine guns and 65 anti-aircraft searchlights. The listed anti-aircraft artillery weapons were in equipped positions in readiness and made it possible to concentrate fire on one target from 4 to 12 medium caliber batteries in the daytime and place barrage fire at night over each protected object 3-4 km wide with a fire density of 1 curtain from 6 to 12 batteries. For the air defense of the Crimean coast, 160 fighter aircraft of the Navy and air defense fighter aircraft of the Red Army were allocated. To ensure the safe basing of British and American aircraft, there were 155 anti-aircraft guns at the Saki airfield, which allowed 7-layer fire to be fired at a height of up to 9 km, aimed fire at a height of 4 km and barrage fire at a distance of up to 5 km. 495 January 24, 1945 Kratov Centel, Beria report on the state of air defense at the Saki airfield, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F4, Op. 3, D. 2511, L. 3334, accounting, registration and monitoring of arriving foreigners in the ports of Sevastopol and Yalta at the airfields of Saki and Srabas were carried out by checkpoint officers whose heads were senior counterintelligence officers. Among the members of the foreign crews, several representatives of the intelligence and counterintelligence agencies of the United States and Great Britain were identified, and they were monitored. During the entire period of stay of foreign ships in the port of Sevastopol, 1,566 Americans and 421 Englishmen went ashore. Excursions to the city of foreign sailors were of an official nature. Excursions organized viewings of films, attending concerts at the House of the Navy, visiting Sevastopol schools and presenting them with gifts, official meetings of the rank and file and officers of the Black Sea Fleet and American and English sailors. 496 Central Asia FSB Russia, F4, Op. 3, D. 2513, L. 41. One of the areas of counterintelligence activity was monitoring the political sentiments of the local population, collecting information about the population's response in connection with the work being carried out and preventing the leakage of information about preparations for an international conference in Crimea. Information about the political mood of the population came to counterintelligence units through various channels, one of which was the military censorship authorities. From January 15, military censorship at post, telegraph and telephone was transferred to an enhanced operating regime. Special attention was paid to long-distance telephone conversations. Counterintelligence officers recorded that the arrival in Crimea of a significant number of NKVD, NKGB workers, the movement of NKVD troops, as well as a large flow of vehicles with various cargoes during the necessary work to prepare special purpose facilities aroused interest among the local population, and various rumors immediately appeared. Some of the local population expressed assumptions about the upcoming operation to evict from Crimea people who previously lived in the occupied territory. Another group of people believed that preparations were underway for a war with Turkey in Crimea, that Turkey, under an agreement with Japan, should begin military operations against the USSR in the coming days, and that's why troops are moving to Crimea. According to the third group of people, measures for the preparation of special purpose facilities, work carried out in cities and on highways, indicated a government meeting expected in Crimea. Counterintelligence officers believed that the most dangerous from the point of view of security threats were persons from the fourth group, among whom numerous rumors were recorded that preparations were being made for a meeting of the leaders of the three powers here in Crimea, in the Yalta region. In the city, among the civilian population and also among staff officers, there is persistent talk about the upcoming conference of the leaders of the three powers in Crimea. Counterintelligence officers identified the distributors of such rumors, invited them for preventive conversations in order to prevent the spread of these rumors beyond the borders of Crimea. 497 Central Asia FSB of Russia, F4, Op. 3, D. 2514, p. 10, 1819. On January 27, 1945, Beria reported to IV, Stalin on full readiness to receive, accommodate and protect the participants of the Crimean Conference on the full preparation and equipment of 3 palace buildings, the organization of reliable communications and the implementation of the necessary counterintelligence and operational investigative measures to ensure the safety of the conference participants. 498 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F. 4OS, Op. 3, D. 29, L. 210. The Crimean Conference took place from February 4 to 11, 1945. The main issue was the establishment of a post-war world order. At the Crimea Conference, the heads of the 3 governments approved the conditions for the unconditional surrender of Germany and the general principles for the treatment of a defeated Germany, agreements on the zones of occupation of Germany, on the administration of Greater Berlin and on the control mechanism in Germany, which were developed by the European Advisory Commission. One of the important ones was the Polish question. The Yugoslav question and reparation problems were also discussed. In total, as part of the counterintelligence Operation Valley, which was carried out in Crimea from January 15 to February 15, 1945, 1,200 operational employees were involved in ensuring the security of the Crimean Conference. Military security was carried out by soldiers of 4 regiments of the NKVD troops as well as a motorcycle detachment of 120 people. Stalin's personnel security was carried out by officers of the 6th Directorate of the NKGB of the USSR, whose total number in Crimea was about 50 people. 499 IBED. We can say with complete confidence that Soviet counterintelligence, with the participation of naval counterintelligence officers, managed, as part of Operation Valley, to ensure the safety of the leaders of the 3 powers of the anti-Hitler coalition, USSR, USA and Great Britain. The Black Sea Fleet and units of the Smershrock of the Black Sea Fleet made a worthy contribution to the victory over the enemy during the Great Patriotic War. For military merits, 18 ships, units and formations of the Black Sea Fleet were awarded guards ranks, 59 ships, units and formations were awarded orders, 44 units and formations were given honorary titles. About 55,000 sailors were awarded orders and medals, 228 representatives of the Black Sea Fleet, naval pilots, submariners, boat crews, etc., were awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union for outstanding services to the motherland and in commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the victory of the Soviet people in the Great Patriotic War on May 7, 1965. The Black Sea Fleet was awarded the Order of the Red Banner. 500 Naval Dictionary, M. 1989, p. 470, Chapter 10. Counterintelligence of the Pacific Fleet in 1922. After the expulsion of the Japanese interventionists, the Far East Naval Forces (MSF) were created, but in 1926 they were disbanded. The Vladivostok detachment of ships was transferred to the Maritime Border Guard, and the Amur military flotilla became a separate association of the Red Army Navy. In 1932, due to the aggravation of the international situation, the naval forces of the Far East were created again, and on January 11, 1935 they were renamed the Pacific Fleet, which became the Operational Strategic Association of the USSR Navy. Vladivostok became the main base of the Pacific Fleet. The fleet's ship composition was replenished with ships from the Baltic and Black Sea fleets. A local shipbuilding base was gradually created. In 1939, for the defense of the coast and sea communications as part of the Pacific Fleet, the Northern Pacific Military Flotilla staff was formed. 501. The Northern Pacific Military Flotilla was formed in August 1939 as part of the Pacific Fleet for the defense of the coast and sea communications in the Tatar Strait and Sea of Okhotsk. Base Sovetskaya Gavin. During the war with Japan, together with units of the 16th Army of the 2nd Far Eastern Front, it participated in the Yuzhno-Sakhalin and Kryl landing operations and provided military transportation. Disbanded in 1945, commanded by M.I. Rapov V.A. Andreev C. Naval Dictionary, M. 1989, p. 456. The defeat of the Japanese militarists on the Khalkhin-Gol River in August 1939 and the conclusion of a non-aggression and neutrality treaty with Japan on April 13, 1941 by the Soviet Union did not bring complete calm to the Soviet Far East. Armed provocations almost never ceased on various sections of the long border. Based on this, by the decision of the Soviet military political leadership in July 1940, the Far Eastern Front was formed, and after the attack of Nazi Germany on the USSR on the basis of the Trans-Baikal Military District in September 1941, the Trans-Baikal Front was formed. The Far Eastern Group of Forces also included the Primorsky Group of Forces, the Pacific Fleet, the Amur Military Flotilla and the NKVD border troops. By the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, the Pacific Fleet was an impressive force. Its backbone was the submarine force, which consisted of 85 submarines, which were the most powerful in the USSR Navy. Naval aviation included 9 air regiments, 11 air squadrons and other units. The coastal artillery of the fleet had stationary and railway batteries with guns of up to 356 mm caliber. During the Great Patriotic War, the Pacific Fleet was in constant readiness to repel possible aggression from Japan, an ally of Nazi Germany, and provided sea communications. Part of its personnel was transferred to active fleets and to land fronts. 147,000 Pacific troops took part in the Battle of Moscow, in the heroic defense of Leningrad, Sevastopol, Stalingrad, and the Soviet Arctic. The structure of the counterintelligence bodies of the Pacific Fleet at various times included the 3rd Department, Special Department of the NKVD, Counterintelligence Department SMERSH of the Pacific Fleet, 3rd Department, Special Department of the NKVD, Counterintelligence Department SMERSH of the Northern Pacific Military Flotilla, 3rd Department, Special Departments of the NKVD, Counterintelligence Departments SMERSH of naval bases of the fleet, coastal defense sectors and air brigades, formations of the Pacific Fleet. With the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, due to the deterioration of the military and operational situation in the Northern Fleet, a number of ships and submarines of the Pacific Fleet were sent to the north. At the same time, the ship's complement in the Pacific Ocean was being replenished through the construction of new ships. By August 1945, i.e., by the beginning of hostilities against Japan, the Pacific Fleet had 2 cruisers, 1 leader, 12 destroyers, 78 submarines and more than 30 ships of other classes, patrol ships, minesweepers and torpedo boats. But still, it was numerically inferior to the Japanese fleet, especially in large surface ships. Therefore, every effort was made to strengthen the coastal defense of the Pacific coast, approaches to naval bases and air defense systems. To prevent possible enemy penetration into coastal waters, mine-laying was actively carried out. 502. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents, M. 2010, p. 151. An analysis of operational information coming from various sources showed that Japan would not take offensive actions against the USSR until the spring of 1942. However, Japan's attack on the United States demonstrated that Japanese intelligence agencies continue to be masters of disguising military plans and disinformation of a perceived enemy. Therefore, counterintelligence of the Pacific Fleet began work on creating an intelligence apparatus for operational use behind enemy lines in the event of the outbreak of war with Japan. September 30, 1942, head of the NKVD Pacific Fleet, Divisional Commissar V.V. Vinogradov sent instructions to all heads of the NKVD PA of naval bases, coastal defense sectors and air brigades, formations of the Pacific Fleet and the heads of operational departments of the NKVD PA Pacific Fleet, which set tasks for organizing reconnaissance and sabotage work behind enemy lines. The instruction took into account the negative experience of the first months of the war on the Soviet-German front and prescribed, in the event of a war breaking out in the Far East and the enemy's temporary tactical success in certain sectors of the front and the withdrawal of Soviet troops from one or another populated area in areas captured by the enemy to create intolerable areas for him, conditions, pursue and destroy him at every step, disrupt all his activities. The special departments of the NKVD Pacific Fleet were given the following tasks: to introduce qualified agents into military intelligence, administrative institutions and anti-Soviet organizations of the enemy and to be aware of their activities. Systematically, through sabotage, destroy railway transport, industry, communications and public utilities, destroy strategic raw materials, ammunition and fuel. Exterminate the enemy's command and leadership personnel. For these purposes, create reconnaissance and sabotage stations to leave them in territory temporarily captured by the enemy. Further, the instructions set out the duties of members of reconnaissance and sabotage residencies, residents, agents, communications officers and radio operators, and also indicated the places of their action. The Special Department of the Pacific Fleet and its subordinate bodies needed to carry out organizational measures in a short time and be ready to work in special conditions. The center's instructions were carried out, but, as the counterintelligence officers of the Pacific Fleet themselves noted in their reports to the NKVD of the USSR, the work on creating an intelligence network behind enemy lines was not sufficiently deployed, since the bulk of the employees did not have experience in organizing reconnaissance and sabotage work. 503. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 154. Only by mid-1943 were Pacific counterintelligence officers able to form 13 residencies with a total of 38 people, intended for reconnaissance and sabotage work. The naval counterintelligence officers of the Primorsky Territorium provided significant assistance in this regard. The recruitment of agents mainly took place in the places where the enemy was most likely to land, i.e., in the coastal defense sectors and in a number of naval bases of the Pacific Fleet. 504. Honor and Loyalty. 70 years of military counterintelligence of the Pacific Fleet. Vladivostok, 2002, pp. 153-154. Due to changes in the military and political situation at the end of 1940–1943, when it became clear that a Japanese attack on the USSR had become practically impossible, the formation of reconnaissance and sabotage residencies for operations behind enemy lines was suspended, and the Pacific Fleet counterintelligence officers focused their main efforts on countering the aspirations of Japanese intelligence. From mid-1943 until the start of hostilities with Japan, the Pacific Fleet's Marshrock 8 Japanese intelligence agents were arrested while carrying out a mission in the Far Eastern region. It should be noted that for the period 1941–1945, naval counterintelligence officers of the Pacific Fleet arrested 556 people for counter-revolutionary agitation, and before the start of the war with Japan, 539 people, and from August to December 1945 only 17,505. Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14, Op. 6, D. 215, L. 47. The results of the fight against enemy agents became the subject of serious investigation already at the end of 1943. In a speech at an operational meeting of the heads of the second departments of the SMERSH-RD of Fleets and Flotillas, the head of the SMERSH-RD of the NKVMFPA, Gladkov said, "Here we have Japan at our side, which is not entirely friendly towards us. However, not a single employee saw the Japanese spy. This is a task that should greatly disturb the workers of the Pacific Fleet. What's the matter? What, the Japanese don't send spies here? What, aren't they interested in information on the Pacific Fleet? Then it's just funny, just narrow-minded, stupid Asians. But this is not true. They say that they are smart intelligence officers, but we do not confirm this. Along with the fight against German spies, it is also necessary to deal with Japanese ones. We need to look deeper to see if there is a connection between this espionage, and you still don't have it. Very bad. This year the Pacific Fleet arrested only 6 people suspected of espionage. So far it has not caught a single spy. We don't even have any cases regarding Japanese espionage. There are clues that say that there are Japanese spies, but that's all. 506 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Claudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010, pp. 155-156. The number of arrests on espionage charges changed dramatically from August 1945, during the war with Japan, until December 1945. 50 people were arrested. An important area of activity of the units of counterintelligence officers of the Pacific Fleet was the fight against desertion. Work in this direction in the fleet gave positive results. Of the 447 deserted military personnel, 389 people were detained through the local search, and from among the declared 58 deserters, 21 people were put on the all-Union wanted list. In addition, during the war, 115 cases of desertion were prevented, of which 20 in 1945. It should be noted that, obviously, due to the remoteness of the Far East from the theater of direct combat operations, desertion in the Pacific Fleet did not become widespread. Therefore, the fleet's counterintelligence officers could maneuver on their own, transferring employees from one area to another. One of these directions was the search for agents of the Germans, traitors and traitors. 507 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Claudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010, p. 156. Since the end of 1942, fleet units began to be replenished with military personnel who had returned from captivity or were in the occupied territories. By that time, state security and military counterintelligence agencies operating in the Western Theater had identified and detained many enemy agents. Based on their testimony, alphabetical lists and search albums were compiled, which were sent to all counterintelligence units of various departments: NKGB, NKVD, GKSMRSHNKO and USSR Navy. These documents became one of the main reference materials used by Pacific Fleet counterintelligence officers to expose German agents and search for traitors and accomplices of the occupiers. Throughout the war, one of the important activities of the counterintelligence bodies of the Pacific Fleet, as well as other fleets and flotillas, was informing the Fleet Command on shortcomings in the combat training of fleet forces, ship repairs, issues of preserving state secrets, and preventing the leakage of classified information. In total, naval counterintelligence officers prepared and sent to the command more than 110 such messages regarding shortcomings in the combat training of fleet forces and ship repairs. 508 Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 323. L. 10. In 1944 alone, it was possible to identify 378 cases of loss of secret and top secret documents, and in the first half of 1945 this number increased to 159, which was completely unacceptable under martial law. 509 Honor and Loyalty. 70 years of military counterintelligence of the Pacific Fleet. Vladivostok, 2002, p. 259. June 5, 1945. Head of the SMERSH Design and Development Department of the Pacific Fleet DP. Merzelenko reported in a memo, In a number of units and formations, Pacific Fleet noted facts of violation of the orders of the People's Commissar of the Navy on the procedure for organizing and protecting secret documents, and as a result there are cases of their loss as well as facts of access to work with secret documents without the consent of the counterintelligence agencies, smirch of persons suspicious due to their past and connections, and facts of disclosure of secret documents in telephone conversations and in the presence of persons not related to secret work. 510 Honor and Loyalty. 70 years of military counterintelligence of the Pacific Fleet. Vladivostok, 2002, p. 259. For each case of loss of secret documents, counterintelligence conducted a thorough investigation, during which the prerequisites and circumstances of the loss were revealed and those responsible for the loss were identified, who were subjected to a well-deserved punishment, from a reprimand to consideration of the case by a military tribunal, depending on the content and nature of the document. But the main focus of the fleet's counterintelligence activities was the fight against Japanese intelligence services. Even before the start of hostilities in the Far Eastern theater of the Smersh Rock, the Pacific Fleet took measures to collect materials about Japanese intelligence agencies operating against the Soviet fleet in the Far East, about the agents of Japanese intelligence and counterintelligence agencies abandoned and preparing to be released onto the territory of the USSR. In particular, on the basis of intelligence data from the Smersh Rock of the Pacific Fleet, in April 1945, a voluminous information certificate on some data on the intelligence situation in Korea was prepared, which covered in detail the issues of the administrative structure of the country, the legalization of persons arriving in Korea, the regime of stay, conditions of stay and movement on its territory, as well as brief characteristics of some cities in the country. 511 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 330. L. 101-181. An important condition for the successful fight against Japanese intelligence was the coordination of work and interaction between the counterintelligence of the Pacific Fleet, the UNCB of the Primorsky Territory, the Intelligence Department of the Pacific Fleet and the Border Troops Directorate of the NKVD of the Primorsky District. Using information received from interacting structures in the Smersh RD of the Pacific Fleet, analytical notes were prepared and sent to the center about the port cities of Korea and China. Saishin 512 Saishin, currently Chongjin, is a city and ice-free port in the DPRK on the coast of the Sea of Japan, the administrative center of Hamgyongpuko Province. Originally was a small fishing village located in northeast Korea. In 1908, the Japanese began to use it as a trading port. Racine, Yuki 513, Yuki, Sunban, currently Anji, is a city and port in the extreme northeast of the DPRK on the coast of the Sea of Japan. As well as Daren 514, Daren, Far, Dalian, is a city in the northeastern part of China, a port in the Dalian Bay of the Yellow Sea, located at the southern tip of the Liaodong Peninsula, the second largest city in Liaoning province. Under the name Far City, it was founded by the Russians in 1898 on the site of the Chinese fishing village of Kiniwa on territory leased from China. In 1905-1945 was under Japanese rule from 1945-1950. In the status of a free Chinese port, it is leased by the USSR. In 1950, it was transferred free of charge by the government of the USSR to China. And Port Arthur 515. Port Arthur, Elshan, is a city and port in China, located in the northeast of the country on the Kwantung Peninsula. The Chinese settlement received the name Port Arthur in 1860 in connection with the presence of an English ship under the command of William K. Arthur in the harbor. In the 1880s, in the 19th century, by order of the Chinese government, a naval base was built in Port Arthur. In 1898, Vant leased a certain peninsula to the Russian Empire for 25 years. Before and during the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-1905, Port Arthur was the base of the 1st Pacific Squadron. After the war, the city was transferred to Japanese administration. In the period from 1945 to 1955, the city was a Soviet naval base. These documents, accompanied by diagrams and photographs, contain detailed information about both the cities themselves and their suburbs, with data on administrative institutions, industrial facilities, sources of electricity, communications, and transport infrastructure. In addition, the notes provided information about the deployment of military units of the Japanese Army, police departments of air defense systems, and port equipment. These documents served as good reference material for Soviet units and units when preparing in August 1945 for the assault and capture of the indicated ports of Korea and China. 516 Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14, Op. 6, D. 330, L. 183 202, 203 226, 228 296. Along with this, the investigative experience of all SMERSH organs of fleets and flotillas during the war with Germany was generalized and studied. This enabled naval counterintelligence officers from the first days of hostilities in the Far East to launch operational activities to identify and arrest Japanese agents and members of White Guard military organizations in Manchuria and Korea. In connection with the upcoming hostilities on the territory of Manchuria, the leadership of the state security agencies carried out a number of organizational measures in the Far East. In June 1945, to the headquarters of A.M. Basil was sent to the deputy head of the SMERSH main directorate, Lieutenant General Ilya Babich, with a group of 30 operatives. D.I. seconded from the Karelian front, became the head of the SMERSH Yukra of the Primorsky group of forces soon deployed to the First Far Eastern Front. Melnikov, Transbaikal Front, PV. Zelenin from the 3rd Belarusian, 2nd Far Eastern, IT. Solomsky from the Transbaikal Front. 45 senior military counterintelligence officers as well as 100 operational employees who had experience working in combat conditions were sent to the Far East. In total, 310 frontline counterintelligence officers were sent to the SMERSH agencies of the Far East, and subsequently another 200 people. 517 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. Pino. 2488, p. 494. On August 8, 1945, the Soviet Union, fulfilling its allied obligations, declared war on Japan. Troops of 3 fronts took part in the hostilities. August 9-September 2, 1945. Transbaikal, Commander Marshal Arya Malinovsky, 1st Far Eastern, Commander Marshal K.A. Mretskov, 2nd Far Eastern, Commander Army General M.A. Perkayev. By the beginning of the war with Japan, August 1945, the Pacific Fleet consisted of 2 cruisers, 12 destroyers, 78 submarines, 19 patrol ships, 10 minlayers, 52 minesweepers, 49 submarine hunters, 204 torpedo boats, formations and units of the Marine Corps, coastal defense, air defense. The Naval Air Force consisted of 1,430 aircraft. During the Soviet-Japanese War, the Pacific Fleet actively assisted the troops of the 1st and 2nd Far Eastern Fronts in the liberation of North Korea, participated in the South Sakhalin and Kuril operations, landed sea and airborne assault forces, and ensured uninterrupted sea communications. 518 Naval Dictionary. M. 1989. p. 429. On the night of August 9, 1945, units of the border troops, according to a pre-developed plan, destroyed the Japanese Manchurian police along the entire state border. Sea and river units of the border troops, as well as reconnaissance groups and guides, assisted the Red Army formations in crossing the Amur and Sangari. In these operations, the border troops of the Transbaikal, Khabarovsk and Primorsky districts inflicted significant losses on the enemy and captured a large number of trophies. 519 Central Asia FSB of Russia. Pino. 2488, p. 541-545. Moving along with the advancing army units, the SMERSH task forces captured the premises of Japanese intelligence and counterintelligence agencies. White migrant organizations carried out arrests of individuals identified at the addresses received or during filtering, and searched for Japanese intelligence officers in the liberated territory. After the Soviet Union declared war on Japan, the NKGB in the Far East interned 776 Japanese who had arrived in Kamchatka for fishing concessions. 520 Central Asia FSB of Russia, F4, He, 3, D, 1497, L. 464-466. On August 11, 1945, the head of the SMERSH of the USSR Navy, Abakumov, informed the DCO and the NKVD of the USSR about the activities of Soviet military counterintelligence in Manchuria. During the 2 days of the offensive by the SMERSH organs of 3 fronts, 119 people were arrested in the territory occupied by our troops, 75 employees and agents of Japanese intelligence and 44 active participants in White Guard and fascist organizations. The operational group of the ROK SMERSH of the 36th Army of the Trans-Baikal Front captured the Japanese military mission with all its archives, and in the archives of the Emigrant Bureau of the UVM, up to 2,000 profiles were discovered for immigrants living in Manchuria, and the operatives used these materials to carry out search activities. The SMERSH task force of the 1st Far Eastern Front in the city of Pogranikny arrested 12 Japanese intelligence agents prepared for transfer to the rear of the Red Army, seized documents and 3 cars with leaflets calling on Red Army soldiers to go over to the side of the Japanese and create a Russian Far Eastern government. These leaflets were destroyed. 521 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, Pino, 2488, S. 493-494. At different times, the commander-in-chief of Bantu of a certain army, Full General O. Yamada, the head of the Harbin if Major General S.H. Akikusa, and Ataman G.M. were arrested. Semenov, leader of the Russian Fascist Union KV, Rodeyevsky and others. In the shortest possible time, the activities of the Japanese intelligence services in Manchuria, North Korea and South Sakhalin were completely paralyzed, and the white migrant centers that had been conducting secret operations against the Soviet Union for many years were liquidated. In a number of cases, task forces were sent behind enemy lines ahead of advancing Soviet troops. Thus, on August 16, 1945, the Rodina Operational Group, consisting of 16 operational workers of the NKGB Directorate for the Khabarovsk territory and several people from Russian immigrants, was sent to the Harbin area. Acting under the guise of an underground organization of immigrants with the active assistance of Chinese peasants, the group collected intelligence data on the deployment of Japanese garrisons, local police stations, the passage of telephone and telegraph lines, approaches to cities, etc. Using the anti-Japanese sentiments of the population, the group contributed to the organization of local self-government in Tsingong, and upon arrival in Harbin she joined the operational group of the SMERSH of the 2nd Far Eastern Front. 522 IBED pp. 630-633. In mid-August 1945, Soviet soldiers were faced with a phenomenon that was completely uncharacteristic of the regular Japanese army: the mass surrender of soldiers and officers. Bantu units of a certain army under white flags with officers in front laid down their arms in an organized manner in front of the Soviet reconnaissance patrols. The number of prisoners of war soon reached hundreds of thousands, and this whole mass of people needed to be protected, escorted to the rear, and provided with food. Based on the new realities, the People's Commissar of Internal Affairs of the USSR and the Chief of the General Staff of the Red Army signed a joint order on August 16, 1945 am. Vasilevsky about the organizational measures of the troops of the Red Army and the NKVD during the period of hostilities with Japan. The essence of the instruction was that the protection of the rear of the fronts in Manchuria was to be carried out by the forces of the Red Army and 3 divisions of the NKVD troops. Vasilevsky was to allocate the required number of troops to the commanders of the rear guards of the fronts. To organize rear security, Lieutenant General I.M. went to the Far East. Gorbatyuk 523, Gorbatyuk Ivan Markovich 1903-1957, Lieutenant General 1945, head of the main directorate of NKVD troops for protecting the rear of the active Red Army, September 1943 October 1945, with a group of NKVD generals and officers. Japanese Manchurian prisoners of war had not yet been transported to the USSR. Camps for their detention were created in disarmament areas. Border guards were gradually freed from functions unusual for them and returned to guarding the border. 524 Central Asia FSB of Russia. Pino 2488 p. 514 August 19, 1945 Marshal of the Soviet Union M. Vasilevsky signed the Act of Surrender of the Japanese Kuomintang Army on behalf of the USSR. On the Japanese side, the act was signed by the Commander-in-Chief of the Kuomintang Army, General O. Yamada. On August 20, troops of the Second Far Eastern Front occupied the southern part of Sakhalin. On August 22, troops of the Trans-Baikal Front, together with an airborne assault, liberated Port Arthur. On August 24, units of the First Far Eastern Front liberated Pyongyang. Soviet troops captured Manchuria and reached the 38th parallel in Korea, the demarcation line between Soviet and American troops. August 20, 1945 vs. Abakumov sent a note to the State Defense Committee and the NKVD of the USSR about the activities of the SMERSH bodies to identify and arrest agents of Japanese special forces and other enemy elements in the liberated territory of Manchuria. By that time, counterintelligence agencies of the Trans-Baikal, First and Second Far Eastern Fronts had arrested over 700 Japanese intelligence officers as well as active participants in White Guard and other hostile organizations. It was established that Japanese intelligence was leaving its agents behind the lines of Soviet troops in Manchuria to carry out espionage, sabotage and terrorist activities. There were attempts to kill Soviet soldiers and commanders from around the corner and commit acts of sabotage on important communications. In this regard, the head of the SMERSH NPO of the USSR considered it expedient to carry out mass arrests of official employees of the Japanese Special Services agents, active participants in White Guard and fascist organizations, leaders and employees of Japanese consulates conducting intelligence work against the Soviet Union. Abakumov proposed the personnel of the Japanese police, gendarmerie, prisons, concentration camps, military commandants' offices and military prosecutors' offices should be kept in prisoner of war camps, and terrorists and saboteurs caught in the act should be destroyed on the spot. 525 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. Pino 2488 S. 521-522. Thus, on August 23, 1945, the head of the SMERSH RD of the Pacific Fleet reported to the People's Commissar of the USSR Navy on the activities carried out in the occupied areas of southern Sakhalin and Korea. Since August 9, operational groups in the ports of Rasin, Oki, Saisin arrested 13 policemen, gendarmes and agents. Japanese naval mission. A significant number of saboteurs and terrorists were neutralized and destroyed. Nuclear weapons archives were captured. In addition, a weapons warehouse was identified and seized in Uki, which the gendarmes intended to use in the rear of our units. 526 IBED, pp. 529-530. In August 1945, 5 operational groups were organized under the SMERSH Rock of the Pacific Fleet, which were sent to the liberated territory of Korea and South Sakhalin. In a memorandum dated August 23, 1945, the head of the SMERSH Rock of the Pacific Fleet D.P. Merzelenko informed the People's Commissar of the USSR Navy N.G. Kuznetsova in order to strike at the intelligence agencies of Japan, uncover Japanese agents sent and planted on the territory of the USSR, as well as defeat the white immigrant groups that carried out subversive anti-Soviet activities, identify and arrest traitors to the motherland, defectors who fled from the Soviet Union. We created and sent there are 5 operational groups on the territory of Korea and on South Sakhalin. One consisting of 8 operational workers in the Ukhi-Rasin area and 2 in the amount of 5 operational workers in the port of Saishin. Another task force of 5 operational workers was sent to the southern Sakhalin Special Operations Facility occupied by units. The 5th task force of 8 operatives was sent to Harbin 527. Harbin is a city in the northeastern part of China, the administrative center of Heilongjiang province. The city was founded by Russians in 1898 as a railway station on the Trans-Manchurian Railway. After the 1920s center of Russian emigration, liberated by Soviet troops on August 20, 1945, currently the center of heavy engineering in China. In addition, with the landing and other units of the fleet operating in Korea, Manchuria, Hanchun, and South Sakhalin, the operational workers serving them, who were tasked with ensuring the state security of the units to carry out work in the above direction, have left. Measures have been taken to strengthen search efforts to identify and detain enemy agents and other criminals. 528 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents, M. 2010, S. 157-160. The main task of the operatives was to search for official employees and agents of the intelligence and counterintelligence agencies of Japan, as well as to seize operational documents of these institutions. From August to December 1945, task forces in Korea and Manchuria arrested 128 Japanese spies, traitors and saboteurs. The operatives had to face great difficulties in the naval bases captured by the Japanese in Korea. Rasin, Ukhi, Saishin and Shenzhen. 529. Shenzhen is a city and ice-free port in the DPRK on the coast of the Sea of Japan, the capital of Gangwon Province. Large naval base, located on the eastern shore of the Korean peninsula in the depths of Broughton Bay, founded as a trading port in 1880. This was due to the fact that the Japanese, allowing for the possibility of Soviet amphibious landings, evacuated the leadership of the intelligence agencies and part of the agents in advance, and destroyed technical equipment and documentation on the spot. The most difficult work lay ahead to identify the enemy's intelligence network and search for the heads of intelligence agencies, and it had to be carried out as soon as possible, since it was planned to station military units and ships of the Pacific Fleet at these bases. Counterintelligence support for our troops remaining on the territory of the former Japanese naval bases in Korea, their safety, prevention of acts of terror and sabotage became the concern of naval counterintelligence officers. From August 1945 to January 1946, operative officers of the Smershrock of the Pacific Fleet in Korea detained and checked 1,695 people, of which 62 were arrested, 62 were transferred to the Smersh NGO bodies and 33 to the NKGB bodies of the USSR. A number of detentions and arrests made on Korean territory testified to the increased professional level of naval counterintelligence officers. 530 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents, M. 2010, p. 161.